Between the last light of day and the first quiet breath of night, peace comes softly. Good evening, my dear friend. I'm so glad you're here tonight. I hope you've had a gentle day, and now it's time to slow down, to breathe, and to rest in peace. Welcome to this little corner of calm, a place where stories about faith, kindness, and God's quiet love help us drift towards sleep with a lighter heart. If tonight's story brings you even a small sense of warmth or peace, please remember to subscribe to the channel so every evening we can share another quiet moment together. Now, let us begin. Tonight's story is called The Greeting in the Night. The Greeting in the Night. In the hush of a sleeping town, one candle still burned for the sake of hope. The night had settled gently over the old town, wrapping the narrow cobblestone streets in silver light. The windows of the little houses were dim, curtains drawn, fires soft in their hearths. Only the distant toll of a church bell reminded anyone awake that time still moved forward. Inside one small home at the edge of the square, an old man sat in a wooden chair near the window. His hands, thin and marked with years, rested on a leather-bound Bible. He did not read it tonight. Instead, he simply held it, as if its weight alone could steady the tremor of his heart. The room was quiet except for the soft creak of the clock on the wall and the gentle rustle of the wind brushing against the shutters. Outside, a stray cat wandered by, pausing under the street lamp before disappearing into the dark. Somewhere far off, the sound of a train hummed across the valley, a sound of both distance and comfort. The man looked at the candle before him. Its small flame flickered, rising and bowing with every breath of wind. He whispered, "You've burned faithfully all evening. I suppose I should too." He smiled faintly, though no one was there to see. His voice, fragile yet steady, continued, "Thank you, Lord, for another day, for the bread that fed me, the breath that stayed with me, and the grace that carried me here." On the table beside his Bible lay an old photograph, a woman with kind eyes, her smile faint but full of peace. He touched the frame softly, the way one touches a memory. "She's with you now," he murmured. "Tell her I've been all right. Tell her I still light the candle every night." He leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed. Outside, a breeze slipped through the crack of the window, carrying with it the faint scent of rain and pine. He remembered evenings long ago, children laughing in the street, his wife humming in the kitchen, the smell of bread and coffee that filled the home. Now it was just him and the quiet. Yet somehow, he never felt truly alone. Because in that stillness, he always sensed something or someone near. Not in visions or voices, but in the peace that lingered even after the tears. He breathed slowly, deeply. If peace had a sound, it would have been that moment, the sound of nothing except a heart still believing. He whispered again, this time softer. "The world can wait, Lord. For now, let it just be you and me." Minutes passed, or perhaps hours. Time didn't matter. The candle burned lower. Shadows danced gently on the walls, and the man's head bowed as if in prayer. Outside, the wind softened. The church bell silenced, and even the cat had gone to rest. And there, in that quiet little room, faith felt like breathing, unforced, unseen, but alive. When he finally drifted into sleep, the candle's flame still trembled, as though keeping watch. Its light, though small, was enough to make the darkness kind, because sometimes all God asks of us is to keep one small light burning and to trust that he sees it. The candle in the small room. The candle's flame leaned toward the window, as if listening for God's breath. Outside, dawn was still a distant promise. The sky beyond the shutters held the colour of pewter, neither night nor morning, but something tender in between. In that hour when most of the world still sleeps, the small room carried its own fragile heartbeat, the soft ticking of the clock, the faint hiss of wax meeting air, and the steady rhythm of an old man's breathing. The little flame had burned through the long night. Its light was no longer bright, yet it remained faithful, drawing a thin golden circle on the wooden table. Within that circle lay the Bible, a pair of spectacles, and a single crumb from last night's bread, a small testimony that life had continued quietly, as it always did. The man stirred in his chair. His blanket had slipped to the floor, and the chill of the morning touched his ankles. He did not rush to retrieve it. Age had taught him the beauty of slowness, that sacred pause between movement and stillness where gratitude is born. He looked at the candle and whispered, "Still with me, are you?" The flame swayed gently as though answering. He smiled. "You remind me of her," he said. "Steady, patient, never too loud." He turned his eyes toward the window. The frost on the glass caught the candlelight and scattered it into 1,000 little stars. For a moment, the small room felt like a chapel, simple, unadorned, yet full of presence. The kind of presence that needs no words. He reached for his Bible and opened it where the ribbon lay. His hands shook, but he did not mind. The tremor was a reminder that life still ran through him. His eyes fell upon a verse he had read countless times, yet tonight it felt new. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. He repeated it slowly, letting each word rest upon the air. The light shines. His gaze drifted back to the candle. Yes, it truly did. Even the smallest flame could defy the shadows. He thought about the world beyond his walls, the noise, the haste, the endless worry. It used to exhaust him, all that striving. But now he knew not everything needed to be fixed. Some things simply needed to be loved. The old man rose from his chair and walked to the small cupboard by the door. Each step was measured, careful. He poured a bit of water into a chipped mug, then added a few leaves of dried mint. The kettle's whistle soon filled the silence, soft and friendly, like an old hymn remembered. As the scent of mint rose, he spoke quietly to the room as if to a friend unseen. "You know, Lord, I used to pray for strength to do great things, but lately I just ask for gentleness. In my hands, in my thoughts, in the way I speak." He carried his tea back to the table, sat again and watched the candle. The wax had formed a small lake at its base. The light danced across it, turning it into something precious, like liquid gold. He lifted the mug, breathed in the steam, and felt his heart steady itself. There was something sacred about these mornings before sunrise. They belonged to no one, and yet to everyone who waited in hope. He thought of neighbours who had long since moved away, of laughter once echoing through the courtyard, of children grown and gone. Still, he felt no emptiness, only a quiet fullness, the kind that comes when one has learned to let go. From outside came the faintest chirp of a bird, the first voice of the coming day, perched somewhere unseen, singing to no audience except the dawn itself. The man listened and whispered, "Even the smallest creatures praise you in their own way." The candle fluttered as if to agree. Shadows shifted, stretching softly across the room, touching the picture frame, the teacup, the edge of the old man's sleeve. He let them. Shadows were not enemies here. They were companions, teaching him that light was never truly gone, only resting. He leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking under his weight. A sigh escaped him, not of weariness but of peace, that gentle peace which asks for nothing more than the moment itself. He spoke one last time before silence reclaimed the room. Lord, keep the flame alive, not just this one, but the one inside me, and when both must rest, let them rest in your light. The candle flickered as if bowing, and the air grew still. The clock ticked on, unconcerned with beginnings or endings. Outside, the faint blush of morning touched the sky. The world was waking. But inside that small room, time knelt quietly at the feet of grace. And in that quiet grace, an old man smiled, knowing that faith was not always found in grand miracles. Sometimes it lived in the soft glow of a candle that refused to die. If tonight's story has brought a little calm to your heart, remember to subscribe and join us again tomorrow for another quiet evening with God's gentle love. The wooden statue and the first prayer. Sometimes faith begins not with thunder, but with the sound of wood breathing in silence. The morning came quietly, as if careful not to wake the small town too soon. Pale light slipped through the lace curtain, brushing over the floorboards like a tender hand. Dust motes drifted in the air, tiny stars caught between heaven and earth. The old man stirred from his chair, the same chair where he had spent the night beside the dying candle. His back ached, but he smiled, the kind of smile that comes when pain no longer surprises you. He reached for his cane, rose slowly and stretched toward the first light of dawn. By the window stood a small wooden statue, simple, hand-carved, weathered by years of touch. It was the figure of Christ, head bowed slightly, one hand raised as if in blessing. The surface was worn smooth where fingers had traced it over decades. He had carved it himself long ago in another life, when his hands were steady and his heart was restless. He remembered that day well. It had been raining. Steady, gentle rain that made the fields smell of earth and mercy. His wife had been humming in the next room, her voice mingling with the rhythm of the drops. He had carved the statue to keep his hands busy while she slept through her illness. Each cut of the knife had felt like a prayer, wordless, aching, but honest. Now, as he looked at the small figure again, he whispered, "You've aged better than I have." His voice was half a smile, half a sigh. The statue didn't answer, of course. It simply stood there, calm and kind, the same as it always had. He lifted it carefully and placed it in the center of the table, right where the candle had burned the night before. The wax ring beneath had hardened into a halo. He set the statue in that circle of light and thought, maybe this is what faith looks like. Something shaped by imperfect hands, yet still carrying beauty. The room smelled faintly of candle smoke and mint tea. He poured himself another cup and sat down. The chair creaked softly. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster called, declaring morning's arrival with more confidence than the sun itself. He folded his hands. They trembled slightly, but that too felt holy. "Lord," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I don't have many words left. I've used them all up over the years, in anger, in sorrow, in joy. But if you still hear the quiet ones, then hear this. Thank you for the breath I still have, for the memories that still visit, for the peace that sits with me even when no one else does." He paused. A shaft of sunlight fell across the table, lighting the wooden figure's face. For a moment it seemed alive. The lines of the carving caught the glow, turning it golden. The old man blinked, unsure if it was a trick of his eyes or something more. But he didn't question it. He didn't need to. Faith, he had learned, wasn't about understanding. It was about resting in what you cannot explain. He reached out and brushed the statue's shoulder with one finger, the way one might greet an old friend. Then, almost without thinking, he began to hum. It was an old hymn, one he hadn't sung in years. Something about grace that never grows old, something about love that keeps returning. His voice cracked, but he kept singing softly like a memory remembering itself. The tune filled the room, curling through the air and out the open window. A neighbour passing by heard it faintly and slowed her steps. She smiled, though she couldn't say why. It was just a sound that made her feel safe. When the hymn faded, the old man sat still, eyes closed. He imagined his wife listening from somewhere beyond the sunlight. He imagined God smiling, not at the song itself, but at the heart that still tried to sing. The small wooden Christ stood in silence, but the room felt full of something beyond air and sound. Perhaps it was peace, perhaps it was grace, or perhaps they were the same thing. He leaned back, tired now, but deeply content. So this is how prayer begins, he murmured. Not with asking, not with pleading, but with remembering. You're here. The clock struck once, then twice. Morning had fully arrived. The old man blew gently on the candle's remaining wick, now nothing but smoke and memory. He smiled toward the statue, the table, the soft light gathering on the floor. Stay with me, Lord, he said simply, even in the smallest hours. Outside, the wind carried his words away, folding them into the hum of the waking world, the clatter of carts, the bark of a dog, the laughter of someone far off. But inside that quiet room, peace remained, rooted like an old tree that no storm could bend. And as he lifted his cup once more, his reflection shimmered faintly in the tea. An old man, a small flame, a wooden Christ, and the invisible thread of faith that bound them all. If this moment has brought you a breath of peace, remember to subscribe and return tomorrow night for another gentle story in the stillness of faith. When forgiveness knocked at the door, sometimes grace arrives not as light from heaven, but as a quiet knock at an old wooden door. The morning stretched slowly into noon. Sunlight spilled across the cobblestones, warming the ivy that climbed along the walls of the old man's house. He had finished his tea and was mending a loose button on his coat, not because he planned to go anywhere, but because small acts of care still felt like prayers. The needle trembled in his hand. He squinted, smiled at his clumsiness, and whispered, "Steady now, old friend." The thread slipped through the cloth at last, a tiny victory only he would celebrate. He tied the knot and patted the coat as though rewarding an old soldier. That was when the knock came. Soft at first, uncertain, as though the visitor wasn't sure they were welcome. He looked up. The sound was almost swallowed by the hum of the wind. Another knock followed, a little stronger this time. He hesitated. Few people visited anymore. The postman came on Thursdays. The neighbour's boy sometimes brought him bread, but this didn't sound like either. He set the coat aside and made his way to the door. The hinges groaned as he opened it, and sunlight flooded in, bright enough to make him blink. On the threshold stood a man in his 40s, tall, nervous, hat in hand. His clothes were dusty, his eyes downcast. "Good morning," the stranger said softly. "I hope I'm not intruding." The old man studied his face, searching through years of memory. Something stirred, a trace of recognition. Then it came. This was the son of his oldest friend, the friend he hadn't seen in nearly 2 decades. Not since the quarrel that had ended their friendship in anger and silence. For a moment, neither spoke. The air between them carried the weight of all those unspoken years. "I'm sorry to come without warning," the younger man said. "My father passed away last winter. He used to talk about you, even at the end. He said he wished things had ended differently." The old man's throat tightened. The years seemed to fold in on themselves. All the pride, the misunderstanding, the stubborn silence. He stepped back slowly and gestured toward the small table inside. "Come in, son, sit down." They entered the quiet room together. The candle from last night was still there, a small stub of wax surrounded by dried tears. The wooden statue stood beside it, patient as ever. "I remember this place," the visitor said, glancing around. "Father brought me here once when I was a boy. You two laughed the whole afternoon. I'd never seen him that happy." The old man smiled faintly. "Yes, we were young and foolish, mostly foolish." A silence followed, not uncomfortable, but searching. The visitor cleared his throat. "He told me about your argument, said it was his fault." "It was both of us," the old man replied quietly. "Two proud men, too quick to wound, too slow to forgive." He ran a finger along the rim of his teacup, tracing circles. "I prayed about it for years, but never found the courage to write. I thought it was too late." The younger man looked at the small statue on the table. He said the same thing, that it was too late. But near the end, he told me to find you, to tell you that he was sorry. The words fell like gentle rain. The old man closed his eyes. For a long moment, neither moved. Then he whispered, "You've done what even time couldn't. You've brought him home." The visitor's eyes glistened. "He loved you, you know, even when he couldn't say it." The old man nodded slowly. "And I loved him, even when I pretended not to." He reached across the table and placed his trembling hand over the younger man's. "We were both fools, son, but God has a way of finding us through the children we leave behind." For a while, they sat like that, 2 generations. One apology shared between them, dissolving the bitterness of 20 years. Outside, a breeze moved through the open window, stirring the lace curtain and carrying with it the scent of lilacs. The younger man stood at last. "I should go," he said softly. "Thank you for seeing me." The old man rose too, leaning on his cane. "You've given me a gift, lad. Tell your father when you see him again that I forgive him, and I hope he's forgiven me." The visitor nodded, eyes bright with tears he didn't hide. "I think he already has." When the door closed behind him, the old man stood still for a long time. The room felt different now, lighter, as if someone had opened a window inside his heart. He turned to the small wooden Christ and smiled. "Forgiveness," he whispered, "comes knocking even when we've forgotten how to listen." He went to the table, lit the candle again and watched the flame sway gently. Its light reflected in his eyes, warm and steady. He didn't pray with words this time. He just sat in silence, letting gratitude do the speaking. Outside, the world went on, carts rolling over cobblestones, children laughing in the distance, life humming its eternal song. But in that little house, peace had returned, the kind of peace that doesn't shout or shine. It simply is. If this story brought a quiet warmth to your evening, remember to subscribe so tomorrow night we can share another gentle moment of grace together. The sleep of those who believe. Night gathers like a shawl around the shoulders, and every breath grows kinder. The afternoon slipped away without fuss, the way an old violinist bows after a simple song. Sunlight moved across the room in a slow procession, touching the chair, the cupboard, the framed photograph, and finally the little wooden Christ on the table. By the time the light rested there, the day had already forgiven itself for all it could not be. The old man set a kettle on the stove and cut a thin slice of bread, not because he was hungry, but because the sound of the knife against the board was familiar and good. A small plate of butter, a pinch of salt, and the ritual was complete. He carried the plate to the window and sat, so he could watch the square grow quiet. One by one, shopkeepers drew their shutters. 2 boys with a ball negotiated one last kick. A woman shook a rug over her sill and laughed at the dust that rose like a departing guest. "Another day well lived," he murmured, not as a judgment but as a blessing. He spread the butter slowly. It sank into the warm bread like gratitude finding its way into a tired heart. Outside, a single star appeared over the church roof, pale as a remembered promise. On the table, the letter he'd begun lay open. The paper held only a few lines. He had started it after the visitor left. Words addressed to a friend who now lived beyond sentences. He wrote the way one might speak to a grave or to the sea, trusting the listener, not the reply. "My dear brother," he had written, "today your boy came. He brought me your apology, but the truth is, it had been living in our silence for years. I have no gift to send back, only this. I forgive you, and I ask to be forgiven. May peace reach you as surely as evening finds the windows of this house." He let the pen rest, then folded the paper, not to hide it, but to let it breathe. Some letters he knew were not meant for the post. They were meant to be kept near the heart until the heart could carry them no longer. Then they would rise on their own, like birds who always knew the way. The kettle sighed. He poured hot water over a few shavings of lemon peel and a sprig of thyme. The steam rose, a small cloud with no ambition except to comfort. He cupped the mug with both hands and felt the ache in his fingers ebb. "Thank you," he said, "to the warmth, to the quiet, to the one who arranged such simple mercies with extravagant care." When he had finished the tea, he pushed the chair back and began his evening straightening. He folded the blanket and laid it over the arm of the chair so the folded edge faced outward as his wife used to do. He nudged the rug with the toe of his slipper, aligning it to the floorboards. He wiped the rim of the sink, though no one would notice but him. These small obediences, practiced daily, felt like psalms learned by heart. At the window, he drew the curtain half closed, leaving a narrow seam through which the night could come and go. The seam made a slender path of silver across the floor, and he smiled to see it. Even darkness, it seemed, preferred the honest way in. He lit the candle, not for light tonight, but for company. The flame took like a whispered yes. It stood tall and modest, as a good guest should. He placed the candle near the wooden statue, and for a moment the carved face was warm with borrowed radiance. He did not bow or kneel. He only stood with his hand on the chair and let the room become a sanctuary. There are prayers one speaks and prayers one keeps, and then there are the prayers that speak you. The old man found himself in the latter, held within a silence that answered before he asked. He felt the weight of years grow light, like a coat lifted from the shoulders by a familiar hand. The memory of anger no longer stung, the scar of grief no longer burned. Everything that had been hard softened, as bread left on the sill to warm. He sat and opened the Bible. He didn't search for a chapter, he simply let the pages fall. His eyes rested on words he knew by heart. He gives to his beloved sleep. The sentence was small, almost shy. He smiled at its humility. To give sleep was no thunderbolt, no parted sea. But tonight it felt like the most tender of miracles. He closed the book and breathed slowly, like a man learning the rhythm of the sea by listening. In that breathing, he remembered things that had once felt ordinary. His wife's hand smoothing a collar, the way she tapped a spoon twice on the rim of a pot, the way she would pause on the threshold as if a room needed her consent to be entered. He remembered their children sleeping through winter storms, cheeks red with frost and sleep, and how he would stand in the doorway just to hear the proof of life in their small, faithful breaths. "Bless them," he whispered. "Wherever they are, let the night be kind." Wind moved along the eaves, not sharp but rounded by leaves. The clock tocked like a gentle metronome for the present. Somewhere a gate clicked shut. The town gave itself to the night as one gives a secret to a friend, and trusted it to be kept. The old man rose once more. He set the mug in the sink, turned the key in the door, smoothed the coverlet on the bed. He did not rush the buttons of his nightshirt. He visited them one by one, the way a pilgrim touches the beads of a rosary, not counting, only remembering. He sat on the edge of the bed and slipped off his slippers. One fell on its side. He righted it, because rightness, even in small things, helps the mind to rest. He lay down and felt the mattress receive him without judgment. The pillow had kept the shape of his head. It offered it back now, as if to say, "I remember you." He drew the blanket up to his chest and let it settle by its own weight. The candle at the table flickered and its light laid a golden path across the floor to the bed, as if bidding him good night with a ribbon of brightness. He did not close his eyes immediately. He looked at the wooden Christ, at the curve of blessing carved into its raised hand. The gesture was quiet, ordinary, almost like the greeting of a neighbour at the garden gate, and yet it held within it all the yeses a human life could need. "Stay," he said to the room, to the night, to the love that kept watch where he could not. "Stay and keep the little flame within me company." The flame steadied, the wind softened. His breath found the old rhythm it had known since his mother first calmed him in a cradle, in and out, given and received. Somewhere beyond the houses, the train crossed the valley again, its low murmur weaving distance into the fabric of belonging. As sleep came, it came like a hand dipped in cool water laid over a fevered brow. It did not seize, it soothed, it did not command, it invited. And the old man answered it with trust, as a child answers his name. In the last moment before his eyelids closed, he thought, not in words, but in the way a candle thinks of light, that rest is not the absence of life, but the secret chamber where life is restored. The thought was enough. He surrendered to it gladly. The candle lowered its head the way a singer bows after the final note. The room held the warmth of a presence that doesn't need to be seen to be true. Outside, the first crickets tried their thin violins, and the stars pricked the sky with small, steadfast fires. And there, cradled by the ordinary holiness of a well-kept room, the old man slept the sleep of those who believe, deep, untroubled, and kept. The letter by the window. Some letters are not written to be sent. They are written to keep the heart open. The morning light was patient. It entered the room not in haste, but in kindness, touching the quilt first, then the chair, and finally the edge of the table where the folded letter still waited beside the cooled candle. The old man stirred, half awake, wrapped in that soft confusion between dream and prayer. He sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes. For a moment he didn't remember the letter or the visit, or even why his heart felt lighter. Then he saw the sheet of paper resting where he had left it, and it all returned, like a familiar hymn heard through the walls of sleep. He rose, put the kettle on, and moved toward the window. The curtain fluttered in the early breeze. Outside, a milkman's cart rattled down the street, the horse puffing small clouds into the cold. The sound was comforting, life continuing, honest and unremarkable. He smiled. "Thank you for another morning," he whispered, "and for the world that still remembers how to wake." The candle had melted into a pool of wax that shone like polished ivory. He lifted the letter carefully, as if it were something alive. He had sealed nothing, signed nothing. The words ended where they needed to, in forgiveness, not in punctuation. He carried it to the window and placed it on the sill so that the paper could breathe. The breeze slipped through the crack, turning one corner upward as though curious. He gazed at the letter for a long time. "Maybe you'll go on your own," he said softly, "carried by light or by mercy. That would be enough." A small sound broke his thought, a tap at the glass. He looked up and saw a sparrow, tiny and certain, perched on the outer ledge. Its feathers were puffed against the chill, its eyes bright with purpose. It tilted its head at him as if greeting an old acquaintance. "Well, good morning," he said. The bird chirped once, quick and decisive, then hopped closer to the open seam of the window. For a heartbeat, man and bird shared the same breath of air. Then, without ceremony, the sparrow took the edge of the letter in its beak, tugged once, and let it fall. The sheet fluttered downward, caught the updraft, and drifted into the square like a slow white leaf. He blinked in wonder. "So that's how you deliver mail, Lord?" The bird was already gone, a speck folding into sunlight. The letter glided toward the church steps where the first passers-by began to appear. The old man watched until it was gone, neither sad nor surprised. He felt only gratitude, the kind that comes when you realize you've witnessed something perfectly small and perfectly right. He left the window open and sat down to breakfast. The bread was simple, the butter cool, the tea strong. Each bite reminded him of all the quiet mornings he'd been given. Sometimes he thought the miracle wasn't in what changed, but in what stayed. When he finished, he opened his Bible again, not to read, but to rest his hands upon it. His fingers traced the worn leather, feeling the grooves made by years of prayer. "So much of faith," he murmured, "is just learning not to hurry." A knock interrupted him. It was the postman, cheerful as always, cap tilted, cheeks red from the cold. "Morning, sir. Found something odd at the church. Looked like it drifted down from heaven itself." He handed the old man an envelope. His own letter, folded by wind, not lost but returned. The wax had pressed itself shut from the heat of the morning sun. The postman chuckled. "Strangest thing I've seen all week." The old man smiled. Perhaps it was just finding the right address. When the postman left, he looked at the envelope in his hands. The seal gleamed faintly, as if kissed by light. He decided not to open it. Some messages, he realized, are not meant to be reread. They are meant to be carried. He set it on the mantel beside the wooden Christ, where the morning sun could reach it again. Hours passed quietly. He tidied the shelves, polished the cup, mended a tear in the curtain. Each task was a rhythm, each rhythm a kind of peace. The letter caught the light, turning gold by afternoon. Later he sat by the window once more. The street hummed with life. The baker sweeping flour from his doorstep, a child chasing a hoop, two neighbours debating the weather. He watched them without envy or regret, only with the gentle affection of one who has finally learned to belong simply by loving what he sees. He thought again of the sparrow, the wind, the letter that had flown and returned. It reminded him of his own prayers, sent into the unknown, sometimes carried back, always answered in ways he didn't expect. He whispered, "Thank you for returning what I thought was gone. You always do." The sky began to change colour, blue thinning into gold, gold deepening into rose. The evening bell from the church tolled softly, folding the town into the calm of another ending. He closed the window, leaving a small space for the night air to breathe through. The letter glowed faintly in the fading light, and he imagined it whispering back to him all that could not fit in words. He lit the candle again. The flame rose, found its shape, and leaned toward the letter as if to read. Shadows lengthened across the room, tender and unafraid. "Some things," he said, "are kept between us, Lord. You, me, and the wind that carries what we write." He stayed like that until the wax began to pool once more, until the letter's edge shimmered softly in the candlelight, until the room felt full of unseen wings. Then he closed his eyes, not to sleep yet, but to listen. Because in that small room, under the watch of a single flame, the air itself seemed to breathe with forgiveness, and even the silence felt written by God's hand. The visitor at dusk. Grace often walks up the path without announcing itself, wearing the dust of the road. The day had been long but kind. A warm breeze moved through the village, stirring the smell of baked bread and lavender from the window boxes. Children's laughter still echoed faintly from the square as the sun leaned low, turning the rooftops to gold. Inside his quiet house, the old man set the table for evening tea. 2 cups, not 1. He wasn't sure why he did it. Habit, perhaps, or hope. There were nights when he liked to imagine his wife still sitting across from him, her small hands folded around the cup, her eyes listening more than her mouth spoke. He'd pour her tea first always, and she would thank him as if it were the first kindness she'd ever received. He poured now, smiled at the memory, and sat down. The clock ticked softly, marking time in the way old clocks do, with patience, not urgency. Outside, the light began to fade. It was then that he heard it. A slow creak of the front gate, a pause, and then footsteps on the path. Not hurried footsteps, measured, as if the walker had come a long way and did not wish to startle the evening. He waited, listening. The steps reached the porch, then a knock. Gentle, 3 times with the back of the hand. He rose, smoothing his vest, and opened the door. On the threshold stood a woman, not young, but not yet old. Her coat was travel-stained, her hat slightly askew. She held a small parcel in her arms, wrapped in brown paper. "Good evening," she said softly. "I hope I'm not too late." "Late for what?" the old man asked, his tone kind but curious. She smiled, the kind of smile that carried a secret only kindness can keep. "For keeping a promise." He blinked, confused, then stepped aside. "Come in, please. You look as though you've walked a long way." "I have," she said, entering. "From the next town over. The road was longer than I remembered." He offered her the chair opposite his. "You're just in time for tea." The woman sat, removing her gloves carefully. Her hands were thin, but her movements were graceful. "Thank you," she said, taking the cup he poured for her. For a while they spoke of ordinary things, the weather, the quietness of the village, the way the lilacs were late to bloom this year. But as the room filled with the smell of tea and candle wax, a deeper stillness settled between them, as though the air itself knew there was more to be said. Finally, she placed the cup down and unwrapped the small parcel. Inside lay an old, faded scarf, blue wool, worn but carefully kept. She held it out to him. "This belonged to your wife," she said. "My mother gave it to me before she passed. She said it should find its way back to you one day." The old man froze, his hand trembling as he reached for the cloth. The colour, though dulled by years, was unmistakable. "Your mother?" he whispered. She nodded. "I'm Clara. My mother was Margaret." He drew in a sharp breath. "Margaret. She was my wife's nurse, wasn't she? The one who stayed with her until the end." "Yes," Clara said softly. "She often spoke of you, said you were a good man, said your wife found peace because you prayed beside her every night." Tears welled in his eyes before he could stop them. He pressed the scarf to his chest. "I prayed," he said quietly, "but I wasn't sure she heard me. Some nights I thought my prayers just hung in the air like smoke." Clara shook her head. "She heard you. My mother said your wife never feared dying. She only feared you'd forget to keep living." The words landed gently like a hand on his shoulder. He closed his eyes, breathing through the ache that was both pain and comfort. "I think she would be glad," he murmured, "to see her scarf come home." They sat together in silence, watching the candlelight ripple along the rim of their cups. The scarf lay between them like a bridge. After a while, Clara spoke again. "My mother wanted me to return it when the time was right. She said I'd know by the feeling, like remembering a melody without trying. I saw your window light tonight as I passed the church, and I knew." He smiled through tears. "Then the melody reached you truly." They finished their tea as the dusk deepened. The first star appeared over the church steeple. The room seemed to breathe with them, slow and tender. Before leaving, Clara folded the scarf neatly and placed it back in his hands. "Keep it close," she said. "It's more than fabric. It carries prayer stitched into every thread." He stood at the door as she walked down the path. The air had turned cooler, carrying the scent of earth and rain. She turned once, waved, and disappeared around the corner where the lamplight ended. He watched until the last sound of her footsteps faded, then stepped back inside. The room was still but not empty. The scarf in his hands felt warm, as though touched by something beyond time. He laid it over the back of his wife's chair. It belonged there, completing a circle only grace could draw. He whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for visitors who carry your kindness in their pockets." The candle flickered once, then steadied, as if in agreement. The shadows softened, wrapping the room in quiet gratitude. Outside, the first raindrops began to fall, slow, deliberate, washing the dust from the path she had walked. He listened to their rhythm and thought it sounded like prayer. And when he finally sat again, his heart was light enough to believe that love, like a faithful traveller, always finds its way home. If this story warmed your heart tonight, remember to subscribe so we can share another quiet evening together tomorrow. The rain that remembered her name. Rain fell with the patience of someone who has loved a place for a long time. It began softly, like fingertips on a tabletop, a few shy drops on the shutters, a scattered tapping on the slate roof, the first silver threads unspooling from a sky the colour of pewter. By the time the street lamp blinked to life in the square, the rain had gathered its voice, not loud, not hurried, only faithful. It washed the dust from the paving stones, traced the ivy's leaves with beads of light, and turned every gutter into a quiet brook headed somewhere it did not need to name. Inside the little house, the scarf lay over the back of her chair, blue upon wood like a small sea folded against a harbour. The old man touched it in passing, the way a man might steady himself on a rail while descending familiar steps. He did not speak to it. Some returns ask for reverence more than conversation. He simply let his hand rest there longer than needed, as if to acknowledge both the miles it had travelled and the miles it was closing inside him. He moved about the room, drawing the curtains, writing the book he had left slightly ajar, setting the kettle on its ring. When the water began to think about boiling, he opened the window a finger's width. Rain-cool air slipped in, carrying that clean mineral scent that always felt like forgiveness. It found the candle stub from earlier, and the wooden Christ beside it, touched them both, and then drifted across the floor to the door like a blessing that had business elsewhere. He cupped the mug between both palms and sat by the window. The square had softened beneath the rain. A woman hurried past with a bundle beneath her coat, then slowed, tilted her face upward and laughed to herself. A boy bounded from stone to stone, testing his courage against puddles, then surrendered to delight and slapped through the water with both feet. From the church, one slow bell note drifted, not to summon, only to say, "I too am here." "Imagine," the old man said to the rain, "coming all this way just to listen." He took a sip. Lemon and heat met him, then something gentler, a memory he had not invited and did not mind. Years ago, no, decades, a summer storm had surprised them in the fields. He and his wife had run for the hedgerow, laughing the way young people still know how to laugh when the world is only beginning to take their measure. She wore that very scarf then, though the blue had been brighter. She'd wrung it out with both hands and draped it over his shoulders, like a prize awarded for nothing more than having been the one nearest to her when the rain arrived. "You remember?" he asked the scarf. It held still, but in the flicker of the lamp he fancied he saw the soft rise and fall of breath. Perhaps it was the curtain moving, perhaps love folding its wings and settling. He rose, took the scarf gently, and laid it across the windowsill so the damp air could breathe through it. The fabric drank the rain cool, and the room changed, not in shape or size, but in temper. The night no longer felt like something outside to be kept at bay. It felt like an old friend at the threshold, coat dripping, shoes muddy, smiling the kind of smile that asks if you have time for one more story before bed. He set a second chair by the window the way he sometimes did when the past tapped softly on the glass. On the table between the chairs he placed the wooden figure, and beside it a plate with 2 thin slices of bread. He smiled at his own ceremony. "We'll call this hospitality," he said, "for whatever chooses to join us." Then he sat again, and the rain played its ancient lullaby on the town's rooftops. After a while, no clock kept count, he stood and slipped on his coat. He left the scarf where it lay, entrusted to the open seam of window and the gentle draught that smelled of river and stone. He took his umbrella from the hook and the small key from the dish where it always waited. On the step, he paused. The rain greeted him without scolding, patting his hat, tapping his shoulders, approving of the man who had come outside to meet it on its own terms. He walked the square slowly, umbrella low, the rhythm of old knees dictating a pace the rain did not seem to mind. Each storefront wore a gloss the afternoon had not managed. The baker's window shone like a pond. The barber's pole looked freshly painted. The florist's darkened glass became a mirror, briefly holding his figure and then letting him go. He nodded at his reflection the way you nod to a stranger whose face you almost trust. At the church steps he stopped. Rain crawled down the stone like clear ivy. He ran his fingers over the iron handle and found it cold, then warm, then simply there. He did not push the door. He did not need to. The door had kept his secrets long enough without being asked to do any work tonight. He stood under the small roof listening to the water fall from its edge in steady strings. "Do you remember her name?" he asked the rain, feeling a little foolish and not caring at all. The rain answered in its way, which is to say it continued. But he heard her name anyway, not spoken, not even formed, only present, like the way a scent can return you to a room that no longer exists. When he turned to go, the umbrella caught a gust and pitched. He righted it, laughing softly at the way weather insists on its jokes. At the corner, a stray dog appeared, black as chimney shadow, ears slicked to its skull by wet. It measured him with the cautious hope of creatures that have learned to beg politely. He crouched, knees protesting, and held out his hand. The dog hesitated, then came all ribs and gratitude. He broke the bread in his pocket. He did not remember putting it there, and offered half. The dog watched his face as if the bread depended on that face, then ate from his palm, careful not to hurt him. They shared the last piece the way old friends share the last few minutes of a visit, slowly, with thanks. "Come along then," he said, rising. "Just for the door, out of the wet." The dog followed to the house, shook a constellation of drops in the threshold, and curled upon the mat as if it had been appointed to the post. He left the door open a little longer than necessary so the rain could watch, then closed it with a promise. There will be other evenings. He lifted the scarf from the sill and draped it over the chair once more. It had taken on a sweetness, wool and rain, and a note he could not name. The dog raised its head, sniffed the air, and sighed, as if to say it approved of the arrangement. He poured fresh tea and set a saucer near the floor with a little warm milk. The dog, surprised by good fortune, pretended to be dignified about it, and then forgot to pretend. Night continued outside, a gentle procession of puddle songs and roof whispers. He sat between scarf and statue, dog at his feet, and let the room become again what it had learned to be, a harbour for all the small craft of memory that make their way home in weather. He thought of Clara and of the road she had walked. He thought of the nurse who had kept watch, of the letter that had flown and returned, of a sparrow that knew its errand, of a gate that creaked and did not complain. He thought of the way love recruits whatever is near, rain, cloth, feather, bread, dog, to remind a human heart that it is not alone. "Thank you," he said, and this time he did not specify to whom. He suspected the thanks would find its address without his help. Some time later, no witness but the lamp could tell you when, he rose and loosened the window latch. The rain had gentled to a drift, each drop as distinct as a bead thumbed in prayer. The air that entered was cool enough to settle the day, warm enough to keep the night kind. He touched the scarf once more. "Rest," he told it. "You've travelled far." He turned to the dog. "You too." The dog thumped its tail once against the mat, an amen of fur and trust. He dimmed the lamp. The wooden Christ caught the last little wedge of light and seemed for an instant to look toward the chair with the scarf, then toward the floor where the dog was dreaming of fields. Or perhaps the light simply moved. In any case, a tenderness spread through the room, and it felt like a house exhaling. When he lay down, the rain drew its fingertips across the roof one final time, then rested. The night, satisfied, pulled its shawl up to its chin. the old man's breathing found the deep water. In that place beyond words, where the heart files its papers in order, a small note was added, returned by hand of rain. And if anyone had been listening closely outside the window, they might have heard the rain say the name it had remembered very softly, the way a friend repeats a blessing as the light goes out. When the good wind began, a small wind moved through town, and ordinary things remembered how to bless. Morning arrived, as a polite guest, coat brushed, hat in hand, waiting at the edge of the square until the first shutters lifted. Rain had rinsed the night clean, and everything wore a quiet brightness. The cobblestones, the ivy, the brass doorknobs that caught new light like coins in a fountain. The old man stood at his window and let the fresh air pass over his face. It felt like being greeted by name. On the chair beneath the window lay the blue scarf, dry now, carrying the faintest scent of rain and wool. He folded it once, then again, the way his wife used to, edges meeting without argument, corners agreeing to be corners. He placed it across the back of the chair and patted it as if to say, "You are home." At his feet, the stray dog stretched, yawned soundlessly, and thumped its tail just once, satisfied that the day had decided to begin. He put water on the stove and sliced a heel of bread. The knife found its path without hurry, leaving crumbs like pale birds along the board. He spread a little butter, then added a pinch of salt, simply because she always had. The kettle breathed out a thin steam. "All right," he told it, "I'm listening." He poured the water over leaves, and the little kitchen received a fragrance that could have been called hope if hope had a flavour. Simple, honest, warm. When he opened the door to bring the cup to the threshold, a breeze slipped past him into the house, as if it belonged there, as if it had a key. It brushed the wooden Christ on the table, lifted the edge of yesterday's newspaper, tapped the tin of buttons by the sewing chair, and left everything a fraction more awake. The old man smiled. "You again," he said to the not-quite-seen presence. "Come in then, there's room." Across the square, the baker propped his door with a flour sack and set 2 extra loaves on the sill, for whoever's hungry. The barber swept his step, paused, and waved to the widow Rebecca, who had not come out since winter. She waved back with both hands and began for the first time in months to speak of having her hair trimmed, when the sun decides to keep its promises. The postman whistled a hymn he didn't know he knew. Little things, all of them, but together they made a sound like leaves answering a spring wind. After breakfast, the old man carried a small crock of soup to the neighbour with the swollen ankle. He had seasoned it as carefully as one might polish a memory. Thyme, bay, a hint of lemon, nothing proud. At the door he hesitated, listening for the right kind of silence. When it came, he knocked. The neighbour opened, surprised at first and then not at all. The smell had already explained his errand. "You are kind," she said, and he shook his head, for it didn't feel like kindness so much as obedience to a law deeper than law. What you have, share. What you can, mend. On his way back, he noticed the church door was ajar. He went in, not to speak, but to see. Sunlight made thin ladders through. The dust and the wooden pews held the warmth of yesterday's hands. A single tree branch scraped the window in a rhythm that suggested someone praying without words. He sat at the very back, his favourite pew, the one that gave room for second thoughts, and allowed the quiet to decide how long he should stay. No voices, no visions, only the plain fact of peace, which is miracle enough when a soul is thirsty. When he rose to leave, He found a broom leaning by the wall. He took it up because it was there and because love always seems to leave tools where we can find them. He swept the entry, small arcs that gathered the gravel and mud into a humble, tidy hill. A child came in, hair damp from running, held out a tin of nails and said, "Grandpapa says the hinge needs them." The old man thanked him and together they knelt by the door. The child held the hinge steady. The old man drove the nails, not too tight. When it was done, the door opened and closed with a softness that felt like an apology accepted. Back in the square, 2 boys and a girl were attempting to right a toppled barrel. The dog trotted over to investigate, decided to contribute by standing with great purpose in the exact wrong place, and then, sensing his mistake, moved with theatrical dignity out of the way. The barrel stood. The children bowed to the dog as if he had done everything. The dog, not one to argue with praise, wagged his approval of the verdict. The wind freshened. Laundry on a line billowed with a sound like distant applause. Somewhere, a chair was dragged across a floor. Then another pulled up beside it. Doors opened. Conversations began in the middle and worked backward toward beginnings. The old man took it all in, the way town life learned its steps again when the weather was kind and the heart was willing, and thought, so this is how joy travels, on errands, in gestures, through hinges and soup. At midday he returned home and set the table for 1.5, the half for the dog who had decided to continue his internship in domestic theology. He cut an apple, peeled it in one long ribbon the way his father once had, and smiled at the curl lying there like a river that knew its destination. He ate slowly, then saved a slice to take to the churchyard later. "For an old friend," he said aloud, and the house agreed by staying very still. Afternoon stretched without complaint. He mended a cuff. He rubbed oil into the wooden arms of the chair until they glowed with a soft, honest shine. He took down the tin of buttons and sorted them by no rule except what pleased the eye. Mother of pearl with bone, horn with wood. The blue ones set apart because some colours insist on their own company. Each small order he made in the room seemed to echo faintly in his chest, as if inner and outer tidiness were cousins, happy to discover each other again. Towards evening, he walked to the churchyard with the apple slice wrapped in a handkerchief. The wind had quieted to a breath you could almost count. He found the stone he always found, the one whose name he did not need to read anymore. He did not speak. He simply placed the apple on the flat top and stepped back. A robin hopped near, considered the offering, and then with exquisite politeness did not take it, choosing instead to sing as if announcing that the exchange had already been made. You give remembrance, I give song. On his way home he met Clara coming from the opposite direction. She had a bundle of letters under her arm, the kind sorted and tied with string that tells you the past is being read with care. They stopped in the middle of the square as though there were a bench no one else could see. "I kept thinking about last night," she said. "About how some things return when we're ready to welcome them." He nodded. "Or when they're ready to be welcomed," he answered. They didn't need to say more. Their silence carried enough meaning to set a small lantern between them. As the sun dipped, the baker gave away the last loaf to a man who was late and ashamed of it. The barber came out and offered the widow his arm for a slow circle of the square, just to see how the air feels at this hour. The postman returned, having forgotten a package, and stayed to help a mother lift a baby carriage over a step that had always been too high, and no one had thought to complain about it until now. None of it seemed like a story while it was happening. It all seemed like breathing. When the old man reached home, he opened the window wider. Evening flowed in. Lavender, bread, the faintest suggestion of wood smoke. He put the kettle on again. The dog, after a day of civic engagement, curled himself into a comma at the foot of the chair, inviting the night to finish the sentence. The scarf, blue as a memory that has learned how to stay, watched from the back of the chair with the patient dignity of things that have already done their travelling. He set the wooden Christ in the centre of the table, not as a ceremony, but as one sets a photograph where the eye can rest. Then he lit the candle. The flame rose, found its shape, and leaned very slightly toward the open window, as if listening for the last news of the day. Perhaps it heard the hinge working well, the widow's laugh, the postman's tune. Perhaps it heard nothing at all and loved the quiet for its own sake. He breathed, long and even. There was no speech in him tonight, no lesson, no asking, only a consent to be part of a town that had, without announcement, chosen kindness for its occupation. The wind, which had had more to do than wind is usually given credit for, moved once through the room, soft as a shawl laid over shoulders, and then settled. Later, when he lay down, the candle kept a modest watch, and the blue scarf kept the chair, and the dog kept the mat, and the town kept its promises. And if someone had asked him what had changed this day, he would have said, "Nothing and everything." For the good wind had begun, light on the tongue, steady in the bones, and ordinary things had remembered how to bless. Bread for the evening. Kindness, like bread, is best when broken and shared while it's still warm. The morning after the good wind, the square woke earlier than usual. The scent of yeast and wood fire drifted from the bakery before the church bell had even begun its first slow chime. Somewhere a door closed, not sharply but like a sigh returning to its body. The old man, already up, stood by the stove, cutting a small loaf into halves, and then into smaller halves again until the slices were the size of a palm. He laid them on a cloth to cool, each one golden, uneven and honest. The dog, stationed like a sentry near the table, eyed the bread with the grave patience of one who believes in miracles but is willing to wait for them. "We'll take some to the square," the old man said. The dog wagged once, which meant agreement. He wrapped the bread in a piece of linen and stepped outside. The sky was a polished grey blue, washed clean by yesterday's rain. A line of washing hung from window to window like a string of flags for a festival no one had planned, but everyone attended. He walked slowly across the cobblestones, pausing once to pick up a small sprig of rosemary that had blown from someone's kitchen sill. He tucked it into his pocket. It made the morning smell like memory. At the bakery, the door stood open to let out the heat. Inside, the baker, broad-shouldered, flour from his apron to his eyebrows, was arranging loaves in neat rows that looked like sleeping doves. "Ah, you've beaten the bell again," he said, seeing the old man. "I had help," the old man answered, gesturing toward the dog. "Well then, both of you come in. The bread's better when it's breathing." They sat at the back table, sharing a heel of crust that steamed when torn. The baker poured coffee that smelled of roasted nuts and patience. "It's strange," he said after a time, "but since the rain, everyone's been a little softer. A man stopped by this morning and paid a week's debt he didn't owe. Said it was just time to set things right. Maybe grace travels on weather," the old man said. The baker laughed. "Then may it keep raining." They spoke of small things. The hens, the price of flour, the widow's new haircut. Each detail was a stone in the path of the morning, laid one by one until the road seemed sure again. Before he left, the old man handed over part of his loaf. "For someone who needs it more," he said. The baker nodded and placed it on the windowsill. Someone always does. Outside, children chased one another around puddles that had turned to mirrors. Each footstep erased a reflection. Each laugh restored it. The dog joined for a moment, circling the group until a boy dropped a piece of sweet roll. A fair trade, thought the dog, and retired from the field. At the edge of the square, the old man found Clara sitting on the church steps with a stack of letters beside her. She was sorting them into piles, those that needed answers, those that already had them, and those that would never require any reply at all. "You're early," she said without looking up. "I've brought breakfast," he replied. She smiled, the best kind of male. They ate quietly. Between bites, she read aloud from one of the letters, an old one written by her mother to no one in particular. The ink had faded to the colour of tea. She wrote, Clara said, "If we learn to feed each other, the world will never starve for hope." The old man looked at his hands, the crumbs gathered there like little suns. "Your mother was wise. She was a nurse," Clara said. "She believed in feeding pain until it became patience." The church bell rang once, then twice. The sound travelled like a pulse through the square. A few pigeons took flight, grey wings flashing silver. "Do you ever think," Clara asked, "that heaven must sound a little like this, just the noise of people being kind without realising it?" He nodded. "Yes, I think that's the only hymn God never tires of." They lingered until the crowd began to thicken. The market women setting up their baskets, the blacksmith hammering a rhythm to start the day. Clara gathered her letters and stood. "I'll be back this evening," she said. "Mother's birthday, I'd like to light a candle for her." "I'll have one waiting," the old man said. As she walked away, he noticed the way the sunlight caught the edges of her hair, making each strand a line of fire. He thought of how light and loss sometimes wear the same colour. He spent the afternoon as he liked best, mending what was small enough to finish in one sitting. A loose hinge on the cupboard, the seam of a curtain, the wooden Christ's hand which had lost a sliver of paint near the wrist. He repaired it with the patience of a man who believes even tiny wounds deserve their healing. By evening, the scarf on the chair had caught the orange of sunset. The room glowed as if set from within. He lit the candle and placed another beside it, as promised. The dog shifted on the mat, sighing into the hush that always comes before gratitude. The door creaked. Clara entered carrying a small bouquet of wildflowers. She placed them near the wooden statue and whispered something too soft to catch. The flame bent toward her, listening. "For her," she said aloud. They sat together in the near dark. The candles made two circles of gold that touched, but did not merge. "It's strange," she said, "how the heart can hold both absence and abundance at once." "That's how it stays large enough for love," he answered. A breeze moved through the open window, playing with the flame but not extinguishing it. Outside, the last vendors packed their baskets, their voices falling into the lull between day and dream. The old man poured tea. They drank in silence. When she stood to leave, he handed her one of the remaining slices of bread, wrapped in a piece of linen. "For the road home," he said. She looked at the cloth bundle, then at him. "You've made enough for two again." "I always do," he said. "Some habits are worth keeping." She smiled, slipped the bread into her bag and kissed his cheek lightly. "Then keep that one forever." After she left, he sat for a while watching the candles. The scarf caught their reflection, and for an instant it looked almost like water blue and shifting, alive. He closed his eyes and heard faintly the baker's laughter, the church bell's hum, the rustle of the dog dreaming on the mat. And in that ordinary symphony, he felt it again, the quiet pulse of a world made whole one small kindness at a time. He bowed his head. "Thank you," he whispered, "for bread still warm and hearts that still open." The flame dipped as if answering, and the room, smelling of wool and tea and baked wheat, became once more a small, sacred chapel where the simplest acts were enough to keep the dark at bay. If this story brings you calm tonight, remember to subscribe, so tomorrow we can share another quiet moment together and break our bread of peace once more. The candle that wouldn't go out. Some lights burn low but never die, because love remembers to breathe for them. Evening crept into the town like a hymn sung under the breath. The square shimmered with the faint gold of lanterns hung outside doors, and the scent of bread still lingered from the day. Clouds gathered at the rim of the hills, deep violet and soft as velvet. The old man stood at his window, a match in his hand, ready to light the evening candle. He struck the match once. Nothing. Twice. Only a spark. On the third try, the flame bloomed, small and defiant. He cupped it, shielding it from the breeze that came through the half-open shutter, and touched it to the candle's wick. The wick caught instantly, as if eager. He smiled. "There now," he murmured, "you've still got work to do." The room filled with that delicate amber light that forgives everything. The dog stirred on the mat, blinking sleepily. The blue scarf on the chair caught the glow and seemed to lift a shade brighter, as if the wool remembered warmth. The wooden Christ watched from the table, his carved hand raised in its eternal gesture of blessing. The old man settled into his chair and poured tea. He thought about Clara's visit, the bread they had shared, the flowers she had left. They were still on the table, their stems bent in the jar, petals turning translucent in the heat. Every day, it seemed, brought a little kindness to his door, some given, some returned, some only passing through. He leaned back and closed his eyes. Outside, the night began its slow breathing. Somewhere, a violin practiced behind a window. The notes came hesitant, then sure, a melody finding its courage. The sound wandered into his house, brushed the flame and stayed. He thought of his wife, as he always did when music appeared without invitation. She had loved the violin, though neither of them could play. "It's the instrument that sounds most like the heart," she once said. He smiled at the memory. "You were right," he whispered. The candle flickered in agreement. He opened his Bible, not to read but to feel the rhythm of its pages. The paper whispered under his fingertips, a sound like gentle rain. His eyes fell upon a verse he knew by heart. "A bruised reed he will not break, and a smouldering wick he will not snuff out." He read it twice, slowly, and let the truth of it settle like dust in sunlight. For a while, he simply sat there, watching the flame. It leaned, straightened, leaned again. Every now and then it guttered, and he would think it might go out, but it always found its way back. That's how faith works, he thought. It trembles, but it doesn't vanish. A knock startled him from his thoughts. He rose carefully, the dog following, nails clicking softly against the floor. When he opened the door, the wind carried in a faint drizzle, and behind it stood the postman, his hat dripping. "Evening, sir," the postman said. "I know it's late, but I've something that belongs to you. It was left at the church." He handed over a small parcel wrapped in plain brown paper, the edges slightly damp. found it on the pew near the back, addressed only with your name. The old man thanked him and watched him disappear into the mist. He carried the parcel to the table and sat again, feeling the weight of it in his hands. It wasn't heavy, lighter than a loaf of bread, but somehow it carried the gravity of memory. He unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a small brass candle holder, polished bright. Tucked beneath it was a folded scrap of paper. He opened it and read the short message written in neat, careful script. For the one who keeps the light. It has burned here before, and it will burn again. A friend. He looked at the candle holder. The design was old but familiar. He remembered one just like it on the altar decades ago before the church had been repaired. It must have been replaced and forgotten in storage, waiting for purpose again. He placed his candle into the brass holder. The fit was perfect. The flame rose, steadier now, taller, shining like a promise renewed. He felt a swell of warmth, not just from the light, but from the knowing that somewhere unseen hands still believed in passing on brightness. He turned the note over, hoping for a name, but there was none, only a faint smudge where a fingerprint had pressed the paper. A friend, he said aloud, smiling. That's enough of a name for me. The candlelight touched every corner of the room now, the photograph on the wall, the cup drying near the sink. The scarf, the dog, the Bible still open. Each object received its share without greed. He lifted the new holder and set it in the window where travellers might see it from the road. Let someone else borrow the comfort, he said. The rain outside thickened, soft but persistent, and he imagined the glow seen through the mist, one small point of gold, reminding anyone passing by that not all warmth belongs to fires and hearths. Some belongs to faith. He returned to his chair, feeling the rhythm of his breath fall in time with the storm's gentle percussion on the roof. The candle swayed once more, then steadied itself in its new home. He whispered to the air, "Stay lit. There's still darkness to keep company with." The dog sighed and lay down. The flame mirrored its breathing. The room grew slower, deeper. Before sleep took him, he thought about all the lights that had kept him through the years. The lamp his wife read by, the lantern at the end of the pier when he was a boy, the fire his father built in winters that smelled of pine and smoke, and the candle that had burned through countless nights of doubt. None of them had lasted forever, but somehow their glow remained in him, stitched into his remembering. He closed his eye. The wind moved again through the shutters, neither loud nor shy, and the flame answered with a small dance. In that exchange, a breath, a flicker, a surrender, the world outside and the world within agreed for one blessed moment to be the same, and so the candle burned on, not bright, not fierce, but faithful, its light thin as mercy, its heart strong as love. If this story brought a gentle light to your night, remember to subscribe, so we may share another quiet flame of hope together tomorrow evening. The letter in the pew. Sometimes God speaks not in thunder, but in the folded paper we almost overlook. Morning carried a silence that felt freshly ironed, flat, smooth, ready to be lived in. The candle from the night before still stood in the window, its wick a small twist of soot, its brass base glowing faintly in the grey dawn. The old man watched it while buttoning his shirt, each button finding its home like a quiet amen. The dog lifted its head, sniffed, then settled back into a curl, perfectly content that the day was beginning without hurry. He poured water into the kettle and waited for the first whistle, that familiar note between duty and comfort. Outside, the town stretched itself awake. The baker's shutters clapped open. The postman's bicycle bell gave its single cheerful ring, and the air filled with the fragrance of bread and coal smoke. The old man carried his cup to the window and looked toward the church. A faint line of sunlight touched its steeple, and he thought of the note that had arrived with the brass candle holder. For the one who keeps the light. The words had followed him into his dreams and back again. Who had written it? And why now, after all these years of quiet anonymity? He finished his tea, folded the napkin, and reached for his coat. The candle, still seated in its new holder, seemed to lean toward him as though encouraging his errand. "All right," he said softly. "We'll go ask." The walk to the church was short, but every step felt lined with memory. He passed the fountain where moss had begun reclaiming the edges. He passed the schoolhouse where children's laughter leaked from open windows like sunlight caught in sound. By the time he reached the church gate, the morning bell had rung once, low and contented. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of wax and cedar. Dust floated like suspended breath. He walked down the aisle, his shoes whispering against the stone. The pews waited patiently, as they always did, for the next gathering of hearts. On the third pew from the back, his pew, something caught his eye. Another piece of paper folded into a neat square, resting where the hymn book usually lay. He hesitated, then sat. The paper was thick, its edges slightly rough as though cut by hand. He unfolded it slowly. "You do not know me," the letter began, "but I have seen you many evenings lighting the candle at the window. My mother used to call that light the sigh of mercy. She told me that as long as one candle still burned in town, no soul was ever completely lost. She died last winter, and I found this old holder among her things. She would have wanted you to have it. Thank you for keeping the light. L." The old man read it twice, then once more, until the letters blurred. He closed his eyes. Behind them rose the image of a woman he might have known. Perhaps she'd sat a few pews ahead years ago, or passed him in the market. He could almost imagine her lighting her own candle, whispering a prayer too simple to need words. He folded the note again, smaller this time, and pressed it to his chest. "Thank you," he murmured, though the church was empty. The sound of footsteps broke the stillness. He turned to see Clara standing near the entrance, a basket of flowers in her arms. "You left early," she said. "I thought I might find you here." He smiled. "And so you have." She approached, her steps careful on the old stones. "I brought the lilies from the garden. They finally bloomed." "They always wait for the patient," he said. She placed the basket at the altar, then noticed the paper in his hand. "Another letter?" "Yes," he said, handing it to her. She read silently, her lips moving faintly with the words. When she finished, she exhaled a soft "oh." "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Whoever wrote it understands something deep. That kindness doesn't need witnesses." He nodded. "It's strange, isn't it? We think we light a candle just for comfort. But maybe it's really a message. Maybe someone somewhere is waiting for the sign." Clara looked at the window where sunlight pooled on the floor like melted gold. "It reminds me of that verse," she said. "Let your light so shine before men. But the part I love most is the one that follows, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. It doesn't say we must shout our faith, only that we live it quietly until someone notices." The old man smiled. "You've been listening well, child." They knelt to place the lilies on the altar, the air filled with their clean, sweet scent, humble, like soap and rain. When they rose, the old man felt the years pressed gently on his shoulders, but not unkindly. "Would you read the evening prayer tonight?" he asked. "If you'll light the candle," she answered. "Done," he said. Outside, the clouds had gathered again, thick and slow. A drizzle began to patter on the roof. Clara opened her shawl and held it over them both as they stepped into the square. The scent of wet stone rose, sharp and clean. The dog trotted ahead, inspecting puddles with the seriousness of a scholar. They stopped by the fountain, watching rings spread across the surface. "When I was small," Clara said, "I thought raindrops were the sky's way of writing to us. Each ripple was a word, but you had to be still to read it." He chuckled. "Then you must have been a very patient child." "Only when it rained," she said. They reached his house and she lingered by the door. "Would you like me to stay for tea?" "Always," he replied. Inside, the candle waited in the brass holder just as they had left it. The old man struck a match and relit the wick. The flame rose immediately, tall and calm. The drizzle outside grew heavier, tapping against the window in even rhythm. Clara placed the letter beside the candle. "Let's leave it here," she said, "so whoever passes might feel its warmth too." He agreed. They drank their tea in the glow, saying little. The dog curled near the chair, dreaming of bread and kindness. Later, when Clara left for home, she turned at the gate. The candle in the window burned steady through the rain, its reflection trembling on the wet cobblestones. "Good night," she called. "Good night," he answered, "and may your road always find a light." When she was gone, he sat again in his chair. The letter on the table fluttered slightly as the breeze moved through the room. He reached out, placed a hand upon it and whispered, "To the one called L, your mother's light still burns." He did not know if the words reached anyone beyond the walls, but perhaps they did. For in that moment, the flame leaned forward, steady and golden, and the air filled with the hush of prayers too quiet to be written. Outside, the drizzle turned to mist, wrapping the town like a shawl. Every window glowed with small warmths, and the church bell rang once, low, slow, grateful. And in a pew not far from where he had found the note, another candle flickered to life. Someone else, unseen, had chosen to keep the light. If this story touched you tonight, take a moment to subscribe, so we may keep the candles of peace burning together, one quiet flame at a time. The rain that stayed to listen. Sometimes heaven speaks through the rain, not in words, but in how it lingers. Rain had fallen through the night, soft but unrelenting, as if the sky had something gentle yet important to say and needed time to finish. When morning arrived, the whole town shimmered under a veil of silver. Roofs dripped, the fountain overflowed quietly. Even the cobblestones seemed polished into humility. Inside the old man's house, everything was washed in that blue-grey light that makes memory feel close enough to touch. The candle still burned in the window, unwavering despite the storm, its reflection rippling in the wet glass like a small, steady heart. The dog snored beneath the chair, the sound deep and rhythmic as a prayer said by someone who trusts they'll be heard. The old man stirred his tea with the absent-minded precision of one accustomed to small rituals. He had placed the letter from L beside the candle again, where the wax's glow touched the ink. He'd read it so many times he could recite it by breath, but each time it meant something new. "Thank you for keeping the light." He thought of that phrase the way some think of a hymn, not with logic, but with reverence. At mid-morning, a knock came at the door, soft, hesitant. He opened it to find a boy no older than 10, drenched and grinning, holding out a parcel wrapped in oiled paper. "From the post office, sir," the boy said. "They said it's for the keeper of the candle." The old man smiled. "And what are they paying you in, young courier?" The boy shrugged. "The baker said I could take a loaf if I didn't get the letters wet." "Then you've earned 2, the old man said, handing him a coin. "One for your courage, and one for the rain that made sure you didn't forget kindness." The boy saluted, water dripping from his hair, and ran off toward the smell of bread. Inside, the old man unwrapped the parcel carefully. It contained a small wooden box, darkened with age, and inside the box, a folded scrap of linen embroidered with 2 initials, LM. Beneath it lay a tiny cross carved from olive wood, smooth from years of being held. He lifted it gently, feeling the weight, or rather the lightness of it in his palm. There was a note inside the lid, written in the same hand as before. It was my mother's. She said the cross belonged to anyone who still believes that love can outlast the dark. I think she meant you. He sat very still, the sound of rain wrapping the house like soft applause. The cross felt warm in his hand, though he knew it was only the touch of his own skin. Yet somehow warmth was warmth no matter where it began. He set the cross beside the candle and whispered, "Then I'll keep it safe until another hand needs it more." Later, he put on his coat and stepped outside. The rain had gentled into a mist, fine as breath. The air smelled of wet earth and rosemary. Across the square, the baker leaned in his doorway, watching the water slide off the awning. "You'll melt if you keep standing there, old friend," he called. "Not today," the old man said. "Today the rain is company." He walked slowly, letting his boots find the deeper puddles on purpose. Each step left a ripple that smoothed itself out before the next one came. Children were playing at the far end of the street, floating paper boats down the gutter. He watched them for a while, the way they cheered each vessel as though it carried news of faraway lands. One of the boys saw him and ran over, holding a folded scrap of paper shaped like a boat. "For you," he said. "It's good luck to send wishes on the rain." The old man accepted it solemnly. "Then I'll send it carefully," he said, and set it afloat. The little paper craft wobbled, caught the current, and began its slow voyage toward the square. The children clapped. By the time he reached the church, his hat brim dripped steadily. The great doors were open, and inside, the air smelled of wax and damp stone. Clara was there, kneeling in the front pew, drying the lilies they had left the day before. She turned when she heard his steps and smiled. "You brought the weather in with you," she said. "It seems unwilling to leave me alone," he replied. "I think it's blessing you," she said softly. "Rain doesn't always mean sorrow." He nodded and took the wooden cross from his pocket, setting it beside the flowers. "It came this morning," he said, and told her the story of the boy and the parcel. She listened with both hands folded under her chin, her eyes bright in the half-light. When he finished, she said, "It's as though your candle has begun writing its own gospel." He chuckled. "A gospel written in small handwriting, perhaps." "Those are the easiest to believe," she said. They stayed there for a long while, saying nothing. The sound of rain on the roof became a rhythm between them, unhurried, forgiving. At some point, Clara began to hum, an old hymn without words, one he hadn't heard since his wife's funeral. It rose softly, like mist rising from the river. When she stopped, he whispered, "You have your mother's gentleness." She looked at him, surprised. "How would you know that?" He smiled, "Because all true gentleness comes from the same place." As they left the church, the rain finally began to thin. The clouds tore slightly, and a pale stripe of sun appeared, thin as a thread. It stretched across the steeple and into the square, touching the candle in his window far away. He could see it from here, a single gleam in the mist. "Do you think she sees it?" Clara asked, nodding toward the light. "Who?" "The woman who sent you the cross." He considered this. "Perhaps not with her eyes," he said, "but with whatever part of the soul remembers light." They walked together until the road forked, one path to the bakery, another toward her home. "I'll bring more flowers tomorrow," she said, "and I'll have the tea ready." The rain gave one last sigh, as if bowing out of a performance. The world glistened, cobblestones, rooftops, leaves, all bearing the mark of having been touched and not broken. That night, as he sat by the window with the dog at his feet, the candle burned again beside the small wooden cross. Outside, the rain returned briefly, tapping the panes in a pattern that sounded almost like words. He leaned closer, as though to listen. Perhaps it said nothing. Perhaps it said everything. That kindness once begun circles back. That light travels farther than its flame. That some prayers are made of water and some answers arrive quietly, wearing the scent of earth and sky. He smiled, closed his eyes and whispered, "I'm listening." The candle swayed once, then steadied, its glow deepening as if the rain itself had leaned close to hear. And somewhere beyond the square, another window flickered awake, another light answering back, one more voice joining the chorus of small mercies that kept the night alive. If this rain-soaked piece touched you tonight, remember to subscribe, so together we can keep listening for heaven's whispers in tomorrow's gentle storms. The bench beneath the elm. Some conversations don't need words. They bloom in the quiet between raindrops. By morning, the rain had finally drifted east, leaving behind a world rinsed clean, bright as a prayer freshly spoken. The square glistened as though it had been anointed. Puddles caught pieces of the sky and held them close, reluctant to let go. The old man stepped outside with his cup of tea, breathing in the cool scent of earth and wet leaves. He looked towards the elm at the edge of the square. Its great branches stretched wide, a cathedral in itself. Beneath it stood the old bench, two slats worn smooth, one leg mended twice. It had always been there, watching lives come and go. He remembered sitting there years ago beside his wife, listening to her talk about ordinary things that somehow became extraordinary once spoken in love. He hadn't gone there in a long while. Today felt like the right day. The dog trotted alongside as he crossed the square, sniffing at the damp air, as if cataloguing its miracles. The baker waved from his doorway, a loaf in hand. "For your breakfast, keeper of the light," he called. The old man smiled, took the loaf and lifted it like a blessing. "And may your hands never grow tired of kindness," he answered. He reached the elm and brushed the bench clean with his sleeve before sitting. The wood was cool and solid, a reminder that some things don't vanish, they wait. The dog curled at his feet, content. For a long time he just listened. The far-off murmur of the river, the faint hiss of wind moving through wet grass, the creak of the elm's old trunk. It was a kind of music that required no audience. Soon he heard footsteps. Clara appeared, a shawl over her shoulders, carrying a small book bound in blue cloth. "I hoped I'd find you here," she said. The square looked lonely without its watchman. He chuckled. "I'm only resting my eyes on the morning." She sat beside him, careful to leave a respectful space, the sort of distance that allows comfort to breathe. The book lay in her lap, closed. "I found this in my mother's chest last night," she said. It's her journal. The pages are brittle, but her handwriting is still steady. "Would you like to hear something?" He nodded. She opened to a page near the middle and began to read. April 17th. "The rain has stayed all week, and I have grown fond of it. It keeps the world soft. I saw the candle burning again tonight in the window of the man across the square. I don't know his name, but he lights it as though he's speaking directly to heaven. If faith had a shape, perhaps it would be the way a flame leans but doesn't fall." Clara looked up. "She wrote that years ago," she said quietly, "before I was born." The old man stared at the street before them, blinking slowly. "Then it seems your mother knew me before I knew her." They both fell silent. The elm leaves whispered above them, moved by a wind too light to see. The dog shifted, pressing closer to the old man's boots. After a while, Clara said, she always believed every act of gentleness echoed somewhere. "Maybe this bench remembers her voice." He smiled faintly. "It remembers every kindness that ever sat upon it." They stayed like that, two quiet figures under the elm, while the day warmed. Children began to play in the square, their laughter ringing clear as bells. One girl ran past, her hair a spill of gold, and dropped a daisy near Clara's feet. Clara picked it up, twirled it once between her fingers, then tucked it between the journal's pages. "A bookmark from the present," she said. The old man laughed softly. "The best kind of gift, given without thought, received without need." They watched the clouds drift. From somewhere came the smell of bread baking again, followed by the distant rhythm of the blacksmith's hammer. 3 beats, pause, 2 beats, pause. Life returning to its quiet pulse. Clara opened the journal again. "Here's another one," she said. June 2nd. "Today I told Clara, still only a dream in my heart, that if she ever meets someone who listens more than he speaks, she should keep him close. Such people guard the world's peace." She stopped reading, her eyes glistening. She must have written that long before she even knew if I would exist. The old man's voice came gently. "Perhaps love imagines before it understands." The wind shifted then, carrying a smell of pine from the far hills. A church bell tolled the half hour, lazy and comforting. Clara closed the journal, holding it with both hands. "It's strange," she said. "Every page feels like she's still teaching me how to see." "She is," he said. "The dead never stop teaching. They simply change the classroom." She smiled through the shimmer of her tears. "You sound like a preacher." "Only a student who's repeated the lesson long enough to remember it," he said. They sat until the shadow of the elm began to drift across the cobblestones. Clara rose at last, smoothing her skirt. "Would you come to supper tonight?" she asked. "I'll make soup the way my mother did. Too much time, not enough patience." He laughed. "That sounds like the taste of heaven." As she left, she paused, turning back. "You'll bring the candle?" "I always do." When she was gone, the old man remained on the bench. The square grew quieter again, the kind of quiet that holds meaning. He took the loaf from his bag, broke it in half, and set one piece beside him on the bench. The dog sniffed it, wagged, and began to eat delicately. He leaned back and looked at the sky through the moving leaves. The branches formed patterns like veins of light. Somewhere high above, a bird began to sing, tentative at first, then sure. He closed his eyes and listened. The memory came unbidden, his wife's voice on a morning just like this one, laughing about the way the elm leaves caught the sun. He could almost hear her say, "Don't rush, love. The day is long enough for kindness." He smiled. "Yes," he whispered. "Long enough." When he opened his eyes again, a small miracle waited. A patch of sunlight had slipped through the branches and landed on the bench beside him, exactly where Clara had sat. The light was warm, steady, and shaped like a hand resting in blessing. He didn't move. He simply let it rest there until the sun itself moved on. That evening, he lit the candle again before heading out with the loaf of bread and the wooden cross in his coat pocket. As he walked through the square, he glanced once at the elm, its branches now dark against the gold sky, and thought how faith was not a firework, but a slow, steady light, like a bench that never leaves its place, waiting for whoever needs to sit a while and remember how to listen. If this quiet moment beneath the elm brought you peace tonight, subscribe, so we may keep sharing these still places where faith breathes softly and love remembers its name. The little miracle at dusk. Miracles seldom arrive with trumpets, most come disguised as ordinary evenings. By the time the sun began to lower, the town had turned the colour of soft honey. Shadows stretched long over the square, touching hands in the middle like old friends reuniting after distance. The old man stood by his window as he always did when the light began to fade. The candle sat unlit for now, waiting for its moment. He could hear Clara's laughter drifting from across the square. She was at her doorway with a few of the neighbours, Mrs. Rebecca, the barber, and the baker's wife, all sharing the day's small stories. Their voices rose and fell like gentle waves. He loved that sound, the murmur of community stitched together by care. It meant the town was alive, breathing kindness into the evening. The dog brushed against his leg, tail moving like a clock hand. "Yes," he said, smiling, "it's nearly time." He wrapped his scarf, lifted the candle and brass holder and stepped into the cooling air. The sky was the colour of forgiveness, blue turning into gold, gold turning into rose. As he crossed the square, the fountain caught the last of the sunlight, scattering it in tiny sparks. A child's ball rolled across his path. He picked it up, its surface still warm from play, and tossed it gently back to its owner. The boy waved, his laughter echoing like bird song. He reached Clara's doorstep just as she finished setting a basket of bread on the table outside. The scent was irresistible, fresh thyme, salt, and something faintly sweet. "You came," she said. "I always come where there's bread," he teased. "Then you must have a saint's sense for it," she replied, and they both laughed. They ate simply, bread, a bit of soup, apples baked with cinnamon. Conversation came and went like the wind, talk of small repairs at the church, the baker's new apprentice, the stray cat that had adopted the blacksmith's forge. It was ordinary talk, yet within it there was peace. The kind of peace that feels like grace walking in its bare feet. After supper, Clara stood and said, "I've something to show you." She disappeared inside and returned with a small jar, its lid covered in muslin. Inside, faint glimmers moved. Fireflies. "I caught them near the river," she said. "They remind me of your candle." He took the jar gently, watching the tiny lights blink in unison. "They know something we forget," he murmured. "What's that?" "That light doesn't have to be loud to be seen." They placed the jar on the table, and its little glow mingled with the first stars appearing overhead. For a long moment neither spoke. Then softly the old man said, "I received another letter today." Her eyes widened. "From L?" He nodded. "Delivered by hand again, through the postman's boy. It said only, 'There's more to the story of the candle than you know. Meet me at the elm when the bell rings.'" Clara frowned, intrigued. "And when is that?" He looked toward the church. "At dusk." The bell began to toll. They exchanged a glance, curiosity, a hint of wonder, and stood. The dog, sensing an adventure, wagged furiously. Together they walked across the square, the candle cradled in his arm. The world had softened into the hour between day and night, when everything looks honest and close to holy. At the bench beneath the elm, someone was waiting, a figure wrapped in a shawl, face turned toward the sinking sun. As they drew closer, the old man slowed. The woman stood, her movements deliberate, her age near his. Her eyes, bright even in the dim light, caught his breath. "Good evening," she said. "I hope I haven't startled you." "Not at all," he said gently. "Are you the one who wrote to me?" She nodded. "I am Lydia Marin. My mother was Elle. The letters were hers, written long ago. I found them recently in her chest, unposted but addressed to you." "To me?" His voice softened to disbelief. "Yes," she said. "She called you the keeper of the light. She wrote of the candle you lit after your wife passed, how she watched it through her window each night, how it kept her faith alive. She never sent the letters because she said gratitude didn't need to travel far. It already lived in the glow." The old man's eyes shimmered. "I remember her," he said slowly. "A quiet woman who always left flowers at the church door. I never knew her name." Lydia smiled faintly. "Then you knew her heart." He stood silent, humbled. The candle in his hand flickered, though there was no wind. "Why bring the letters now?" he asked. She looked toward Clara, then back at him. "Because you've kept lighting it. Because I believe my mother's faith didn't end with her. It continues through those who still choose kindness." The bell struck its final note, long and deep. The square seemed to hold its breath. Then, without plan, the old man lifted the candle from its holder and set it on the bench between them. Its flame stood tall, calm, alive. Lydia reached into her shawl and drew out something small, a photograph, sepia and worn. It showed a younger version of herself as a child, her mother beside her, holding a candle just like his. "She said it would one day find its way home," Lydia whispered. Clara, standing a little apart, pressed her hands together. "Then this," she said softly, "is what grace looks like when it keeps its appointments." The flame fluttered once as if nodding. They stayed until the sky turned to deep blue. Lydia spoke of her mother's final days, how she had prayed not for miracles but for the courage of ordinary love, how she had believed the candle across the square was God's reply, small, consistent, unfailing. When the first star broke free above them, the old man said, "Then she was right. The light was never mine. It was his and hers and now yours." Lydia placed her hand over the brass holder. "Then let's keep sharing it." And so they did. They walked together back to the square, the candle between them, its flame steady despite the night breeze. People paused as they passed. The baker, the barber, the widow Rebecca. And for reasons none of them could quite explain, they smiled. Perhaps they felt what the flame carried. Not just light, but history, forgiveness, and promise. When they reached his house, He set the candle back in its place on the windowsill. 3 faces watched it burn, the old man's, Clara's and Lydia's, each warmed by the same gentle glow. The dog barked once as if blessing the gathering. "It's beautiful," Clara whispered. "It's enough," the old man replied. "It always was." They stood there until silence reclaimed the streets, until the candle's glow softened the whole room into something like peace. And as Lydia turned to leave, she said quietly, "She'll be glad you kept the light." "I think she already knows," he answered. That night, when all the town had gone to sleep, the candle still burned. One small golden miracle at dusk, proof that faith, once lit, does not fade. It simply waits to be seen. If this story of the quiet miracle touched your heart, remember to subscribe, so we may keep sharing these gentle lights of faith together, one evening at a time. The night the bells remembered. Sometimes heaven rings through iron and air, reminding us we've never been forgotten. That night after Lydia left, the air around the square held a stillness so full it almost seemed to hum. The candle still burned in the window, its flame steady, its reflection trembling in the glass, like a heart remembering its own beat. The old man sat beside it, unable to sleep, his thoughts drifting between past and present as easily as a tide between shores. He thought of Lydia's mother, how she had once stood at her window, praying into the same darkness he now faced. He imagined her candle across the square, 2 lights speaking to each other across years and weather. He thought of all those nights when he had believed himself alone and realized now that maybe he had never been. The dog lifted its head, sensing something in the silence. Its ears twitched. The old man followed its gaze toward the church tower. The clock hands glinted faintly under the moon, but there was something else. A faint vibration in the air, as if the metal heart of the bell had begun to stir. He waited. Then, without warning, a single note rang out. Low, resonant, the kind of sound that moves through walls and bones alike. It wasn't the usual hour's chime. It was slower, deeper, as though someone unseen had struck it on purpose. Another tone followed, then another, forming no pattern yet carrying meaning all the same. The sound rolled over the rooftops, woke the pigeons in their nests, made the windows hum. The dog whimpered softly, uncertain whether to bark or bow. The old man whispered, "Easy now. It's only the bells remembering." He rose, took his coat, and stepped into the night. The square was empty except for the thin smoke rising from his candle's reflection in the window. The air smelled of cold iron and rain about to return. Each bell stroke seemed to fall slower than the one before, until the space between them was wide enough to hold thought. He crossed to the church, pushing open the heavy door. Inside, the sound was magnified, rolling through the rafters, trembling down the stone pillars like thunder with manners. The sanctuary flickered with candlelight, though he hadn't lit them. Someone else had. He looked toward the front pew and saw Clara. She sat very still, hands folded, face lifted toward the sound. "You heard it too," she said without turning. "Yes," he replied. "It woke me." "It woke the whole town, I think," she said, "and yet no one's come." He sat beside her, the wood creaking softly beneath his weight. They listened. The bell tones faded into a long hush, and in their place came another sound, the faint tapping of rain returning on the roof. "The bells haven't rung at this hour in decades," she said. "Not since..." He nodded. "Since the old rector passed, I remember." They sat quietly, rain weaving its steady thread above them. The candles cast moving halos on the walls, and the scent of wax and wet stone filled the air. "Do you think," Clara asked softly. It was meant for someone. For everyone, he said. Sometimes heaven speaks in plural. He looked up at the great bell ropes hanging in the shadows above the choir. They moved gently, though no hands pulled them. The movement was slow, deliberate, as if the bells themselves had something to finish saying. He rose and walked to the altar. There, at its base, lay a folded piece of cloth he hadn't noticed before, old linen embroidered with a single word, remember. He lifted it carefully. Beneath it rested a small book of names, the church's registry, its pages yellowed by age and thumbed by memory. The last entry was dated the year his wife had died. He turned the page. The ink there was faint but fresh, for all who keep the light, seen and unseen. His breath caught. Clara, he said softly, come see this. She approached, and together they read the line again. Someone must have written it tonight, she whispered. He nodded. Or maybe it wrote itself. They looked at each other, unsure whether to laugh or bow. The bells gave one final echo, soft like a sigh, and then silence fell again. The only sound left was the rain, patient and rhythmic. Clara touched the book's cover. Do you think she, Lydia's mother, might have had something to do with this? Perhaps, he said. Or perhaps she was only the beginning. They closed the book and set it back on the altar. For a moment neither moved. Then the old man said, let's light one more candle for those whose names were never written down. She nodded. They knelt side by side, each striking a match. The tiny flames bloomed together, caught and rose. Their light joined the others in the sanctuary, multiplying until the whole space glowed like dawn, pretending to be night. Do you hear that? She whispered. Hear what? Silence. It's not empty. It's full. He smiled. That's what faith sounds like when it exhales. They stayed there until the last candle flickered down. Then, with care, he carried his own flame, the one from the window, back through the rain. The square was quiet again, puddles shining like fragments of mirror. Every house had one lamp still burning, as though the bells had left behind a message everyone understood but no one could put into words. At his door, he turned once more toward the tower. A faint light glowed near the top window of the belfry. For an instant, he thought he saw a figure, nothing distinct, only the outline of someone standing as if to listen. He lifted his hand in greeting. The light blinked once, as though nodding, then faded. Back inside, he set the candle in its brass holder and sat before it. The dog lay down beside him, head on its paws. The air was thick with quiet gratitude. He closed his eyes, and in that stillness, the bell tone returned inside him, soft, steady, familiar. He understood at last what the bells had meant to say, that even the forgotten are still remembered, that love, once spoken, keeps ringing long after the tower falls silent. He whispered into the dark, then let them ring as long as they must. The candle gave one gentle sway and then stood straight again, its flame unwavering. Outside, the rain began to thin, and from far away, faint but sure, the final note of the bell echoed once more, crossing the night like a promise that would never tire of being kept. If this quiet ringing of hope spoke to your heart, subscribe, so we may keep listening together for the gentle bells of faith, night after night, the morning after the bells. After heaven speaks, the world feels quieter, but never quite the same again. The morning after the bells, the town woke with a hush that was almost reverent. Mist hung low over the square, softening every outline. The fountain murmured faintly, and the cobblestones glistened as though they too had been listening all night. Even the sparrows seemed gentler in their song, as if unwilling to disturb whatever sacred thing had passed through. The old man sat by his window, his hands wrapped around a cup of tea grown cold. The candle was still burning, smaller now, its wick bent but stubborn. The dog slept by the chair, one paw twitching as if chasing something kind in a dream. He watched the flame and thought of the bells, of their unexpected song that had rolled over rooftops and hearts alike. It had felt, he thought, like God clearing his throat before speaking again. He rose slowly, joints stiff from the night, and opened the shutters. The air that drifted in smelled of rain and iron, and something faintly sweet. Baker's yeast, perhaps, or early lilac. In the stillness he could almost hear the echo of the final bell note, still circling the hills like a blessing reluctant to end. He dressed carefully, as if the day deserved ceremony. A clean shirt, the old waistcoat his wife had mended long ago. The scarf still soft from Clara's washing. Before stepping out, he lifted the candle from the window and whispered, "You've done well, old friend. Rest a while." Then he placed the brass holder on the table beside the wooden cross and left. The square was quiet, but not empty. Here and there, people stood outside their doors, faces lifted toward the church tower. Mrs. Rebecca held a basket of herbs against her chest. The barber had his hat off. The baker, flour still on his hands, leaned against the door frame as though unwilling to break the spell. "Morning," the old man greeted softly. "Morning," they all answered in kind. "Did you hear them?" Mrs. Rebecca asked. He nodded. "We all did." "What do you think it meant?" the barber said. He smiled faintly. "That we were heard." No one replied, but something about that answer satisfied them. They went back to their work, moving slower, gentler, as though aware they were being watched by mercy itself. At the church, the door was open again. Inside, Clara was arranging the candles. "I couldn't sleep," she said when he entered. It felt wrong to let them go dark so soon. He looked around. The wax pools from the night before had hardened into small white halos. "They look like footprints," he said, "as if light had been walking here." She smiled. "Then let's not sweep them away." They knelt side by side, replacing wicks, trimming the edges, tending to the glow. Outside, the sunlight tried to push through the stained glass windows, and when it succeeded, colours scattered across their hands, blue, gold, crimson. The church became a living mosaic. After a while, Clara spoke. "I saw Lydia this morning. She came by early with her mother's old prayer book. Said she wanted you to have it." He looked up. "Me?" "She said her mother once wrote your wife's name inside the back cover. For the one who prays when others forget, it says." He swallowed hard. "That was her handwriting?" "Yes," Clara said. "She must have written it years ago." He took the book carefully, as if afraid it might dissolve. The leather was cracked, the pages soft at the edges. When he opened it, the scent of lavender drifted up, old, faint, but faithful. Inside the back cover, the inscription waited, written in delicate script. "For the one who prays when others forget." He closed it and pressed it to his chest. "Then I suppose I'll keep praying," he murmured. They stayed in the church until the candles burned low again. Then together they stepped out into the daylight. The mist was lifting and the square seemed to stretch awake. At the fountain, a group of children were gathering water into jars, laughing when it splashed their sleeves. One of them, a little girl with ribbons in her hair, pointed toward the tower. "The bells are smiling," she cried. Everyone looked. The morning light caught the brass and made it gleam, a warm, golden reflection that really did resemble a smile. The old man felt his throat tighten. He whispered to Clara, "You see? Even the metal remembers joy." She nodded. "And teaches us to." They walked together through the square. The baker offered them fresh bread from his oven, still steaming. "First batch since the bells," he said proudly. "They say bread rises better after a miracle." They all laughed softly, but none doubted it. The rest of the day unfolded like a hymn with no refrain, gentle, patient, grateful. The old man spent the afternoon repairing the garden gate for Mrs. Rebecca, then helped the postman fix his wobbly wheel. Each act felt lighter than it should have, as if carried by invisible hands. Everywhere he went, people seemed to pause, smile, and breathe deeper. When evening came, he returned home. The candle waited where he'd left it, its wax hardened into a shape like a wave frozen mid-motion. He ran his thumb along its edge and thought of how light, once given, never really dies. It only changes rooms. He set the prayer book beside it, open to the psalm his wife had loved. "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." The words shimmered in the candle's faint glow. He lit the wick again. The flame rose, steady and new, reflecting in the window just as it had the first night all those years ago. Outside, the town moved into twilight. Doors closed gently. Lamps were lit. Somewhere a violin played a slow tune that seemed to echo the bell's remembered melody. The dog came to sit beside him, leaning its head against his knee. The old man smiled and whispered, "It seems the world has decided to believe again." He sat there a long time, watching the flame and thinking of how everything, bells, letters, prayers, even grief, had conspired to bring him here, to this quiet moment where peace no longer felt borrowed but earned. When the last note of the violin faded, he lifted his cup of tea, warm this time, and said softly, "To those who light the way, and those who keep it." Outside, the bells gave one faint echo in the wind, though no one had touched them. The old man laughed under his breath. "All right, I hear you," he said. "Once more then," and he raised the candle slightly toward the tower, as if to answer. The flame bent in the same direction, like a nod returned. If this morning of quiet renewal brought you peace, remember to subscribe, so together we can keep walking through each sunrise of faith, one gentle light at a time. The visitor at dawn. Sometimes grace arrives before sunrise, carrying no words, only the sound of footsteps and faith. The dawn crept softly that day, as though afraid to wake the square too quickly. A thin mist still lingered, woven like silver thread through the alleys, catching the first light of morning in its quiet net. The old man stirred before the bell struck 5. His bones told him something was different, the kind of difference the soul feels before the mind names it. The candle had burned down through the night again. Only a stub of wax remained, yet its smoke rose faintly, curling toward the window like a sigh. He sat up slowly, rubbed his eyes and smiled to himself. "You never rest long, do you?" he whispered to the air. The dog stretched, yawned wide enough to startle silence, and then trotted to the door, ears pricked. A soft knocking followed almost at once. It was too early for Clara, too early for the baker's delivery. The old man took his shawl from the chair and opened the door. A man stood outside, tall, with the posture of someone who had travelled far and learned to move gently. His coat was damp with dew, his hair streaked silver, his face weathered but kind. He carried no bag, only a small wooden box bound with twine. "Good morning," the stranger said. His voice was low, calm, and oddly familiar. "Forgive the hour. I was told I'd find you here, the keeper of the candle." The old man blinked, steadying himself against the doorframe. "Then you've come to the right place," he said. "Though the title sounds grander than the work." The stranger smiled. "All faithful work is grand in its own way." They stood for a heartbeat in the cool air, the mist curling between them like breath shared. Finally, the old man stepped aside. "Come in. There's tea." The stranger entered, pausing by the window where the candle's remains still smoked. "So this is the light," he murmured. "It's smaller than I expected." The old man chuckled. "Most holy things are." They sat across from each other at the table. The dog circled twice before settling by the stranger's feet, as if in quick trust. The old man poured 2 cups and waited. The stranger untied the twine around his wooden box and set it on the table between them. "I've brought something for you," he said. The old man hesitated before lifting the lid. Inside, wrapped in linen, lay another candle, longer, thicker, made of pale beeswax that smelled faintly of summer and honey. It looked old but well kept, as though waiting for this moment. "My father made that candle years ago," the stranger said quietly. "He was the bell ringer here before the war. He told me once that one day someone would come along and keep the light when he no longer could. I didn't believe him then." The old man's breath caught. "Your father was the old rector?" The stranger nodded. "He was. And when the bells rang 2 nights ago, I heard them from miles away. I knew I had to return. I think he wanted me to." The room fell into a reverent silence. The only sound was the clock ticking, small and patient. The old man reached out and touched the candle's smooth surface. "Then it seems the light has been handed down again," he said softly. "Perhaps," the stranger said. "It was never yours or mine. Perhaps it only chooses hands willing to hold it." They drank their tea in slow companionship. The stranger spoke of his travels, of mountain villages where bells were silent because no one remained to ring them, of seaside chapels swallowed by wind and salt, of people who still prayed by memory when they had no priest, no roof, no book. "And yet," he said, "everywhere I went someone had a candle, sometimes only a stub, sometimes a lantern made from a tin can, always light." The old man nodded. "Faith is stubborn that way," the stranger smiled. "Like you." Outside, the sky was brightening from grey to rose. Clara appeared at the edge of the square, shawl around her shoulders, carrying her usual morning basket. When she saw the open door, she waved. The old man motioned for her to come. She entered a few minutes later, cheeks flushed from the cool air. "You're up early," she said, then paused at the sight of the stranger. He rose politely. "Good morning. I was just delivering something your friend has been guarding for me." Her eyes fell on the beeswax candle, its honey scent filling the room. "It's beautiful," she said softly. The stranger nodded. "It's older than all of us, I think. Maybe older than memory itself." They all smiled, though none entirely understood. The dog barked once, breaking the solemn air, and Clara laughed. "Well then, shall we light it?" The old man looked to the stranger, who inclined his head. "Please," he said. He struck the match. The flame caught instantly, straight and clean, a golden spear of stillness. For a moment, all 3 stood without speaking, the light painting their faces the same warm shade. The stranger whispered, "My father used to say that every true flame carries 2 prayers, one for those who still live, and one for those who taught them how. The old man's eyes glistened. Then this room must be full of both. They carried the candle to the window. Outside, the sun had begun to rise in earnest, spilling its light over rooftops and washing the mist away. But even in that growing brightness, the small candle held its own, gentle, steady, unwilling to be outshone. The stranger turned to go. "I have others to visit," he said. "There are still bells waiting in forgotten towers." "Will you come back?" Clara asked. He smiled. "If the wind permits. But you'll know where to find me." The old man extended his hand. "Thank you for the candle and for the memory." The stranger clasped it firmly. "Keep ringing, even when no one listens. The world depends on such quiet faith." And with that, he stepped into the dawn. His figure grew smaller as he crossed the square, until he vanished in the light that seemed to rise to meet him. The old man stood for a long while at the window. Clara came to stand beside him. "Do you think he was real?" she asked. He smiled. "Real enough to leave a candle." Both laughed softly. The flame flickered, but it did not fade. Outside, the bells began to ring again, soft, measured, deliberate. Not in mourning, not in warning, but in welcome. And for the first time in years, the old man felt that the day itself had bowed in prayer. If this dawn brought a little light to your heart, remember to subscribe, so tomorrow we may meet again in the quiet hour where faith first opens its eyes. The bench beneath the olive tree. Sometimes the smallest places, the ones we almost forget, are where heaven chooses to sit a while. By late afternoon, the sun had slipped into that gentle slant of gold that made every crack in the stone shine like it was telling a story. The old man left his window open, letting the warm breeze carry in the smell of baked bread and faint incense from the chapel. He'd spent most of the day mending small things, the hinge on his cupboard, the collar on his coat, the string that held his prayer book together. Quiet work, holy in its own way. But his hands itched to walk. Some call it restlessness. He called it listening. When the heart is too full, the feet must move so it can empty itself slowly. He took his hat and cane, and the dog rose at once, tail sweeping the floor. Together they wandered past the fountain, now glinting like polished glass, past the baker's shop where the day's last loaves rested on their shelves like sleeping children. At the far end of the square, beyond the garden walls, stood the old olive tree. It had been there longer than anyone could remember. Its trunk twisted like a handful of stories knotted together, and its roots pushed up through the ground like the fingers of someone trying to remember the way home. Beneath its shade sat a worn stone bench. The old man had sat there 1,000 times before, but that evening, something about it felt different. The air was softer, the light kinder. A hush hung over the field behind it, where rows of wildflowers swayed like they were listening to an unseen song. He sat, set his cane beside him and sighed, a long, contented breath that felt like prayer. The dog curled up near his feet, half asleep. After a while, he noticed a small shape moving in the distance. A young boy, perhaps 10, was walking along the path, carrying something wrapped in cloth. When he saw the old man, he hesitated, then approached carefully. "Good evening, sir," the boy said. His voice was thin but steady. "Good evening," the old man replied. "That's a long road for someone your size." The boy smiled shyly. "My grandmother sent me to bring this." He held out the bundle. Inside was a small loaf of bread, still warm. "She said you helped fix her gate last week. She wanted to thank you." The old man's heart swelled. "You tell her she's too kind, and thank you for carrying such treasure." He tore the bread gently in two and offered half to the boy. "Eat with me. There's room enough for 2 stories on this bench." The boy hesitated only a moment before sitting down. They ate in silence, the way people do when words might disturb something precious in the air. After a while, the boy said, "My grandmother told me that when the bells rang, she dreamed of my grandfather. She said he was smiling." The old man nodded slowly. Sometimes the heart hears what the ears cannot. "Do you think the bells meant he's happy now?" "I think," the old man said softly, "that the bells mean love doesn't stop working even after we do." The boy thought about that for a while, staring at the horizon. The light was fading, and the olive tree's leaves shimmered silver in the wind. "When I grow up," he said at last, "I want to ring the bells." The old man smiled. "Then you will. But remember, ringing them is the easy part. Listening to what they say afterward takes a lifetime." The boy grinned, not fully understanding but feeling the truth anyway. They sat together as the sun touched the far hills. The dog's ears twitched at the first hint of evening wind. Somewhere far off, a flute played, its notes wandering like smoke through the valley. The boy turned to the old man. "Is it true," he asked, "that every prayer finds its way to heaven?" The old man looked up at the branches above them. "The day of small repairs. When we cannot move mountains, God hands us needles, bread, and time." Morning settled into the town like a shawl laid over tired shoulders. After the visitor at dawn had gone, the old man stood a while longer at the window, watching the beeswax flame hold its gentle ground against daylight. It did not fight the sun. It joined it, as if to say that some lights slow the heart so the larger ones can be received. He tidied the table with the unhurried care of one who believes plates remember kindness. The wooden cross gleamed softly, and the new prayer book rested by the window, and the dog, content with the world's current state, fell asleep with its chin on the threshold, half inside, half outside, sentry to both. The day asked nothing grand. It asked only this: be faithful in small things. He set out with a satchel that held thread, a tin of salve, 2 wrapped slices of yesterday's bread, and a tiny screwdriver as thin as a whisper. The square was waking into its bright chores. The baker swept the stoop in even strokes. Children skipped chalk ladders drawn between the stones. A sparrow perched on the fountain took one decisive sip and flew. "Keeper," the barber called. "Do you have a hand for something ordinary?" He lifted a pocket watch that had belonged to his father, stopped at a stubborn minute since the winter. The barber's voice tugged between pride and apology, like a man asking for prayer who has always been the one to offer it. The old man sat on the step, placed the watch on his knee, and opened the back with the little tool. A gear the size of a lentil had nudged itself out of alignment. He breathed as if near a newborn, adjusted the piece, and waited. A faint tick returned, hesitant then regular, like a sparrow practicing faith. The barber closed his eyes, listening to time begin again. "How much?" "Only a blessing," the old man said. "Pay it forward before it stops again." A few doors down, Mrs. Rebecca sat with her herb basket. A splinter stood arrogant in her finger. He drew it out with a dampened thread, the way his wife had taught him, laid a smear of salve that smelled of pine, and wrapped the finger in linen. "There," he said, "now even your hands will remember gentleness." She patted his cheek with her unbandaged hand. "They learned it from you." At the churchyard wall, 2 boys argued over a paper boat. The gutter ran swift from last night's rain. The boat could not carry both their names. The old man tore a clean scrap from his pocket notebook, folded a second vessel and wrote in a neat hand, Yours, together. They released both. The boats sailed side by side, bobbing, not competing, only consenting to the same water. The boys watched, chastened by the lesson their mouths did not have to repeat. He found the blacksmith's wife sweeping sawdust from her threshold. She insisted the broom always left the last line of dust that refused to be gathered. He held the broom a little differently, angled to the light, gathered the reluctant line and smiled. "Some endings only come when seen from a new corner," he said. She laughed. The sound stayed in the doorway like a warm draft. By noon, the square hummed with the good tiredness of useful hands. Clara crossed toward him carrying 2 mugs. The steam smelled of mint and something like lemon. "You look like a man who has spent a day changing the world by a thread," she said. "Not the world," he answered, taking the cup. "Only the minute we're in." They drank beneath the elm. The bench remembered them. It creaked in friendship. "Lydia came by," Clara said. "She asked if the old registry might hold space for new names, people who keep their lights in places no one sees." He nodded. "Every book that means anything must keep adding pages." They walked to the church. Inside, cool shadows held the scent of wax and cedar. On the altar lay an envelope. Clara opened it. A ring of keys slid into her palm. A note in the same hand as before, for the ones who open doors. The keys jingled, sounding like rain on brass. "We can do something with these," Clara whispered. And so the afternoon widened. Keys opened the storage room where blankets waited like folded seasons. Keys opened the old side chapel, where a cracked window threw swaths of blue onto the floor. They set a chair there, and later an old man with shaking hands found it and sat, and discovered his tremor calmed in blue light. Keys opened a cupboard no one had dared since a winter of grief. Inside lay hymnals with spines mended long ago by unfamiliar fingers. They stacked them in 2 neat towers, each book a mouth waiting to sing. The old man oiled hinges until doors no longer sighed from injury but from relief. He rewove the frayed rope of the small bell by the side entry. He hung a little tin cup by the pump and wrote on a piece of scrap, "For anyone thirsty for water or company." Word travelled without being told. By late afternoon, the church threshold wore the footprints of quiet visitors. The baker's apprentice who never prayed but suddenly liked the silence. The widow who used to count her breaths here when grief was a loud guest. The blacksmith who needed a cooler flame for his anger. No one spoke loudly. No one had to. At dusk, the barber returned with his watch. "It gained 3 minutes," he said, half scandalized, half overjoyed. The old man smiled. "Then hurry 3 minutes less tomorrow." They laughed until their eyes watered. From the far end of the square, a shape approached. Lydia, carrying her mother's shawl as if it were a fragile book. She had a small jar of nails and picture hooks. "For what wants hanging?" she said. They went to the church wall where a bare space had been waiting. Together they hung a simple frame, a blank sheet of heavy paper under glass. Beneath it, Clara wrote on a card, "Names known to God." People began to pause there. Some touched the glass with the back of their fingers, as if to keep fingerprints from showing. The old man stood a pace away. This was not the place for many words. In the falling light, the beeswax candle in his window began to glow again. It held steady as the sky surrendered its colours. The dog, who had spent the day patrolling kindness, finally came to rest, chin on paws, tail thumping once in sleepy approval. They ate bread on the steps, shared with whoever lingered. No one asked who had bought it. No one kept track of halves. Butter softened on the knife like a small domestic mercy. When the stars came out, the barber's watch ticked audibly in the hush. not loud but faithful, as if time itself approved of a day spent on hinges and boats and splinters and names. Lydia tucked her mother's shawl around her shoulders. "I used to think miracles were larger than houses," she said. "Now I think they are the size of our hands." The old man lifted the little screwdriver, held it like a candle for a heartbeat, and set it back in his pocket. "Hands," he said, "and the patience to use them." Back at his window, he trimmed the candle's wick. The flame rose a touch taller, then settled. He stood a while, prayer nowhere on his lips but everywhere in the room. The day had not fixed the world. It had mended 3 minutes of it. Perhaps that is how eternity is built, mint upon mended minute, until the fabric holds. He whispered into the warm hush, "Thank you for work small enough to finish, and love large enough to begin again tomorrow." The flame answered with a steadiness that felt like an arm around a shoulder. The dog sighed a good night amen, and somewhere in the darkness, a hinge that had complained for years opened without a sound. The river that keeps our secrets. Some waters don't wash things away. They teach us how to carry them gently. The next morning, the town woke to a sky the colour of linen. A soft breeze followed the lanes like a careful nurse. The old man fastened his coat without thinking and found, when he reached the door, that his hands were already holding the prayer book and the small wooden cross. The dog waited with an alert quiet that meant it understood more than anyone had told it. Clara appeared with a basket and a thermos, cheeks bright from the walk. Lydia asked if we'd meet her by the river, she said. She didn't say why. "Rivers seldom need reasons," the old man answered. "They're reasons enough." They took the path that leaves town by the mill and curves past the meadow, where poppies propose their gentle arguments with the wind. The three walked without hurry. Birds rehearsed, the dogs scouted, reporting each discovery with a blink and a wag. Lydia waited where the bank makes a quiet bend, the shawl around her shoulders, a bundle at her feet wrapped in the fabric of an old curtain. "I brought them," she said when they drew close. "The letters my mother never posted. I've read them all. Everyone ends with 'Keep the light.' I thought perhaps the river should hear them, so they can go where we cannot." Clara set down the basket. The old man did not speak. He only nodded, slow like a gate opening. They found a flat rock smoothed by years of confessions no one had heard and let the bundle rest there. Lydia untied the soft knot. Dozens of envelopes lay inside, some sealed, some simply folded. A life of gratitude unsent. She lifted one, held it to her cheek for a moment, and then passed it to Clara, who read a line aloud. "When my courage shrank, your candle stood at its true height." They did not read the rest. Not everything needs witnesses. The water moved with that steady confidence rivers have when they are doing the work they were made for. Sunlight sprinkled on the surface like coins that had already granted their wishes. On the far bank, willow branches trailed their fingers, blessing whatever passed. "Shall we?" Lydia asked. The old man took a small board from the bank, a forgotten scrap from the mill, light enough to float. They arranged the letters upon it, not stacked, but slightly fanned, as if giving them room to breathe. Clara tied the prayer book's ribbon around the bundle's middle, a liturgy made from household things. The dog watched, head tilted, as if to memorize the procedure for later kindnesses. "Before we let them go," the old man said, "may we add what we still owe?" He removed a folded paper from his pocket, his own handwriting, new today. He read in a voice that moved no faster than the river. "For the nights I thought I kept the light for others and did not know it was keeping me. For the hours I wanted big answers and was given a broom, a needle, a match. For the names I do not know that have prayed me here. He placed his note under the ribbon. Clara took a small pencil and wrote only 3 words on the top envelope. We remember you. Lydia laid her hand on the stack and whispered her mother's name. The air received it the way soil receives seeds, with no fanfare, only trust. They knelt at the edge. The river touched their reflections and did not distort them. It simply moved through their faces as though to say, "Look, this is how time carries love." On account, they did not speak. They set the letters on the water. The board wobbled, steadied, and began its gentle journey. The current did not rush. It took what was offered with dignity. For a long while the 3 stood without moving. The bundle slid past the willow's trailing fingers, under a low arch of alder and toward a bend where the river, like God, kept his next plans out of sight. A heron rose, slow as a lifted blessing, and crossed ahead of the letters. The dog made a small sound, a whimper of approval. Clara poured tea. They sat on the grass, knees drawn up, hands wrapped around warm cups. No one tried to explain what had just occurred. There are acts that do not improve by explanation. The river talked quietly to its stones. After a time, Lydia opened her shawl. "There's one more thing," she said. From the inner pocket she drew the old brass candle holder's twin, dented, polished by years of domestic altars. "It stood in our window," she said, "opposite yours. Mother kept it by her even when she slept. I've mended my own ways with its light. But I think it belongs in the church now for all the unnamed keepers." They returned to town by the long way where the path rises and lets you look back at both river and steeple at once. The bells were quiet, but the tower had the look of a throat preparing to sing. At the church they found the side chapel blue with mourning. On the little table beneath the cracked window they placed the second holder. Beside it, Clara set a basket of matches and a card. Light for anyone carrying more night than usual. The first to enter after they left was the baker's apprentice. He lit a match and, hands unsteady, courage newly minted, touched it to the wick. He didn't speak, he didn't need to. The flame spoke fluently in beginner's hope. Toward evening the old man returned alone. The side chapel smelled of beeswax and river air, if such a thing can be. He sat in the blue light a while, the wooden cross warm in his palm. He remembered a regret he had not told the others, a hard word spoken to his wife in a winter that had felt longer than faith. The memory came without claws now. The river had shown it how to float. He rose, walked to the wall where the blank frame hung, names known to God. He did not write anything. He simply stood until the space seemed to shimmer with a truth no ink could hold. "Thank you," he said at last, "for water that carries and light that waits." Out in the square the dog danced an old man's dog dance at the sight of his return. He poured 2 saucers of water, one for the dog, one for the small geranium on the sill, which was attempting red with humble courage. The beeswax candle in the brass holder lifted its flame in greeting, as if the room had inhaled peace and was ready to exhale it again. Night came on without hurry. He trimmed the wick. From somewhere near the river, frogs began their choir of untrained gratitude. He thought of letters he had not written and discovered he no longer needed to. Some things, once entrusted to moving water, arrive where they should by better hands than ours. He set the prayer book open to the psalm about green pastures and still waters. Then, with the ease of a man who has learned not to fear either memory or tomorrow, he said. Good night. To the room, to the river, to the names known and unknown. The flame steadied, as if settling a blanket over the day. And if anyone had been walking the lane just then, they might have seen in the window not one light, but two. The candles and the rivers braiding themselves across the glass, teaching the dark how to be gentle. The bridge of quiet footsteps. Some bridges are not built to cross water, but to carry hearts that have waited too long. The next morning dawned with a hush that felt like reverence. The air over the town was clear enough to see the distant hills wearing their crowns of mist. Dew clung to every leaf, trembling as the sun's first light touched it. The church bell had not rung, yet its silence seemed to hum with memory, as though it waited for something gentler than sound to pass through. The old man walked slowly toward the river path, his coat buttoned, his hands clasped behind him. The dog trotted ahead, tail high, pausing every few steps to glance back as if asking, "Are you coming?" He was. Though his knees ached and the world tilted a little more than it used to, there was a peace in the rhythm of his walking, each step an old prayer repeating itself. When he reached the meadow, he found Clara already there, leaning against the fence, her hair catching the morning light. "Lydia told me you'd come," she said. "She's at the bridge." "The bridge?" he asked. "Hasn't been anyone down there since the flood season." "Exactly," she said softly. "She said she wants to see what still holds." The two of them walked together. The path was uneven, strewn with last year's twigs and this year's beginnings. The sound of the river grew louder, its patient voice threading through the air like a hymn without words. When they reached the clearing, they saw her, Lydia, standing at the old wooden bridge, the one that had sagged but never fallen. She was gazing into the water, her shawl drawn close, her breath visible in the cool air. She turned as they approached. "I didn't mean to make you worry," she said, smiling faintly. "I just thought, it's been years since anyone came here to listen." "To the river?" the old man asked. "To what it carries," she replied. The three stood side by side, the bridge creaking gently beneath their weight. Beneath them the river ran smooth and steady. The letters they had released the day before were long gone, yet something of them remained. The feeling that words, once entrusted to water, continued to live somewhere beyond sight. Clara set down her basket. "I brought bread and apples," she said. It seemed a shame to let a morning like this go hungry. They ate quietly, watching the river turn sunlight into small diamonds that drifted downstream. The old man tore a piece of bread and tossed it into the current. "For whoever needs it most," he said. The bread floated a few feet before dissolving. After a time, Lydia spoke. "My mother used to tell me this bridge is older than the town. She said it was built before anyone thought to name things. Just planks and rope meant to connect two places that weren't even towns yet." "She wasn't far from the truth," the old man said. "My father told me the same story. They built it not for wagons but for walking, so neighbors could visit each other when the river was high. It was meant for small crossings, not grand processions." "Like faith," Clara murmured. "One small crossing at a time." They fell silent again. The dog sniffed at the edge of the bridge, curious about a patch of moss that shimmered with dew. The old man leaned on the railing, tracing the grain of the wood with his fingers. "Funny thing about bridges," he said. "They never choose sides." Lydia smiled. "They just hold." "And wait," Clara added. The old man nodded. "And forgive both shores for forgetting each other." They laughed softly, but there was truth in it. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of wet grass and something faintly metallic, the old smell of time passing over wood and water. Downriver they noticed a small boy standing by the bank holding a fishing line made from twine and a bent nail. His face was solemn with concentration. When the current tugged too hard, he looked up, startled, and nearly lost his footing. The old man waved him over. "Come, lad, bridges are for sharing." The boy ran across, barefoot, his laughter scattering the quiet. He showed them his line, no hook, no bait, just the idea of fishing. The old man chuckled. "You've got all you need then." He knelt, tied a crumb of bread to the end and handed it back. "Now, drop it in, but be patient. Sometimes fish are like people. They come closer when you stop trying too hard." The boy obeyed. They watched together as the line trembled in the current. Minutes passed. Then, to everyone's surprise, the twine jerked once, twice, and something flashed silver in the water. The boy's eyes widened. "It worked!" he shouted. He pulled up a small fish, no bigger than his hand, but his joy filled the air like music. Clara laughed, clapping softly. Lydia knelt to help him release the fish back into the river. "Miracles," she said, "come disguised as practice." When the boy ran home, the bridge felt lighter somehow, as though his laughter had polished the air. The old man leaned on the railing once more, watching the water flow beneath. "Do you think," he asked quietly, "we ever stop crossing?" Clara looked at him. "You mean from one side to another? From one life to the next?" he said. "From holding to letting go, from here to there?" Lydia shook her head. "I think we just learn to walk slower on the planks." He smiled at that, a deep, gentle smile that seemed to reach back through years. The wind rose slightly, lifting Lydia's shawl, making the river ripple with silver ribbons. A flock of starlings crossed overhead in perfect formation, as if practicing the art of belonging. When they finally turned back toward town, the sun had climbed high, and the bridge behind them gleamed faintly with dew turned to light. The old man paused halfway up the path and looked back. The bridge looked fragile from a distance, but he knew now it wasn't fragility. It was faith made visible. Wood that dared to stretch across emptiness and trust the air to hold its weight. He whispered, almost to himself, "We all have to build one of these someday." Clara heard him. "Then let's build them with care," she said. "And kindness," Lydia added. The old man nodded. "And with room enough for those who follow." When they reached the square again, the bells began to ring, not in mourning, nor in celebration, but in rhythm with their steps, a calm, steady cadence. The sound moved through the air like an invisible bridge connecting heaven and earth. The old man lifted his face toward the tower, eyes half closed. The wind touched his cheek like an answer. "Yes," he whispered, "I hear you." That evening he returned to his home, lit the candle in the window, and wrote a single line in his journal. Some bridges are built with wood and rope, others with forgiveness. He left the book open beside the flame so that light might read it first. Outside, the river carried its secrets beneath the stars. Inside, the candle's glow stretched softly toward the door, as though waiting for tomorrow's footsteps to find it again. If this bridge of faith touched something gentle in your heart, remember to subscribe, so we may keep walking together, one quiet crossing at a time. The letter that found its way back. Some messages don't lose their way. They wait until the heart is quiet enough to hear. It was an afternoon wrapped in golden haze, the kind that makes the air shimmer like a slow memory. The square drowsed in sunlight. The baker's window breathed the smell of warm bread, and bees wandered lazily through the geraniums by the church steps. The bells had rung earlier, a soft midday melody that seemed content just to exist, not to summon anyone. The old man sat at his window as he often did, a cup of tea cooling beside him, his thoughts walking in no particular direction. The candle burned low but steady, its flame the heartbeat of the house. The dog lay in the patch of light on the floor, one ear twitching, tail occasionally wagging in half-dream. Then came a sound, the soft flutter of paper against the door. The old man looked up. It wasn't a knock, just the quiet whisper of something sliding through the mail slot. He rose, stooping to pick up a single envelope. It was worn, edges yellowed. The ink faded to a brownish grey. No sender's name, only his own written in a script he hadn't seen for many years, elegant, slanted, unmistakable. His wife's handwriting. For a long moment, he simply stood there, the world holding its breath. He sat down slowly, tracing the curve of each letter with his thumb. The paper trembled slightly in his hands, though not from the wind. He didn't open it right away. Instead, he looked around the small room, the cross on the wall, the candle, the faint reflection of the window glass. "You do choose your moments carefully," he said softly, half smiling, half afraid. Finally, he slipped his finger beneath the flap and unfolded the paper. The ink was faded, but still legible. The letter began without greeting, as if continuing a conversation paused years ago. "If this ever finds you, it will be because it was meant to. I've left it in the old church drawer, where time forgets to tidy things away. If someone discovers it long after I'm gone, that's all right. I've written it not to be answered, but to remind you that you already did." He paused, swallowing hard. The words seemed alive, as though they had been waiting behind the years, patient as faith itself. "You always thought you were the one keeping the light. But love, it was the light keeping you. Every evening you lit that candle, not knowing it reached me too. Its reflection danced on the far wall of heaven, and I would watch until the stars blurred. If grief ever tells you that you failed me, tell grief it's mistaken. You gave me enough hope to cross the distance between us." The room seemed to tilt, the sunlight shifting. The dog lifted its head, sensing a change in the air. The old man wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, laughing quietly. "Ah," he whispered, "you always did know how to write the last word." He read on. "When the day comes that you no longer need to look for me in shadows, promise me this. Look for someone else who still stands in theirs. Sit with them. Say nothing if words fail. Just light the candle and let silence do the speaking. That's how you'll find me again every time." He folded the letter, carefully holding it against his chest. It felt strangely warm, as though the ink itself remembered the pulse of the hand that had written it. He wanted to show it to someone, to Clara, perhaps, or Lydia. But some letters are too sacred to pass around. They belong to the space between one soul and another. Instead, he walked to the church. The doors were open, sunlight spilling through the stained glass in fragments of colour. Clara was inside, arranging flowers near the altar. She turned when he entered. "You look as though you've seen a ghost," she said gently. "Not a ghost," he answered. "A grace." She tilted her head. "Will you tell me?" He hesitated, then handed her the folded paper. She read silently, her expression softening with each line. When she finished, she pressed the letter to her lips, then gave it back. "She must have loved you very much," she said. "She did," he replied, think she still does. They placed the letter inside a small glass frame on the side wall, near the one labelled Names Known to God. Beneath it, Clara wrote a single phrase on a slip of parchment: Love delivered in its own time. For a long while they stood before it. The candlelight played across the glass, making the words shimmer as if breathing. Visitors would later walk by and pause, drawn without knowing why. Some would read, others would simply feel. That evening, as the sun lowered behind the rooftops, Lydia appeared carrying a bundle of small envelopes. I thought, she said, maybe we could start a box here, letters to those we miss. People could write what they never said, and we'll keep them safe. Clara clapped her hands softly in approval. A place for unfinished conversations. The old man nodded, his throat too tight for words. Together they found a wooden chest that had belonged to the old rector. They lined it with linen and placed it beneath the framed letter. On the lid they carved 4 words, for hearts still speaking. By the next morning, notes began to appear. Some were prayers folded into neat triangles. Some were single words: forgive, thank you, stay. Some had no writing at all, only pressed flowers or lockets of hair. And every evening before closing the church, the old man would light the beeswax candle beside the chest and whisper, "Your words are heard." The tradition grew quietly, like ivy along stone. Travellers from neighbouring villages came to leave letters. No one asked where they went afterward. Some swore the pages grew lighter each time they returned, as though their burdens had been read and answered by mercy itself. One night, after everyone had gone, the old man sat alone by the candle. He took out a blank page, dipped his pen, and wrote just 2 lines. My love, your letter arrived. It found me whole. He placed it in the box and closed the lid. The candle flickered, then steadied, and he thought he saw the faintest shadow move across the pews. A familiar outline, perhaps, bending slightly as if in acknowledgement. He smiled through his tears. All right, he whispered. You win. I'll keep lighting it. Outside, the stars began to prick through the sky one by one, like letters written in light across a dark envelope. Somewhere the bells chimed once, low, tender, and sure. And in the church, the flame burned on, faithfully translating love from one world to another, patient as ever. If this letter of quiet grace spoke to your heart, remember to subscribe. So each night we can keep listening for the words heaven still sends our way. The night of open doors. When a town learns to listen, even its hinges begin to sing. Late in the afternoon, a soft veil of cloud drifted in from the hills and settled over the roofs like a quieting hand. The light turned the colour of warm wool. Nothing sharp remained. The old man sat beneath the elm with Clara and Lydia, the 3 of them sharing bread that cracked softly and steam that smelled faintly of rosemary. At their feet, the dog drowsed with one eye open, the way guardians do when nothing is wrong and everything still matters. Shall we try it? Clara asked at last, fingers tracing the grain of the bench. She nodded toward the church. Leave the doors open tonight, not for a service, just for stillness. People can come and sit or write, or say nothing at all. Lydia's eyes brightened. A vigil without speeches? A night for listening, the old man said. Listening has been waiting its turn. They walked across the square together as the first lamps winked on in windows, little domestic constellations waking one by one. The church door yielded with a grateful sigh. Inside, the blue of evening pooled in the side chapel. On the small table by the cracked window, the twin brass holders waited like old friends. The beeswax candles lifted their clean scent before the match was struck. When the flame arrived, it did not rush. It stood, and the room remembered how to breathe. They did not ring the bell. They did not straighten the hymnals. They did not arrange the pews into rows of expectation. They set a kettle on the small iron stove in the vestry, laid cups beside it, and placed a loaf of bread under a cloth. Clara wrote in a careful hand on a card near the entrance, "Come in, sit, rest. Your silence is welcome here." The first footsteps came shyly, rubber soles hesitant and stone, a pause just inside the threshold as eyes adjusted to candlelight. The blacksmith's wife with her broom, who left it by the door as though granting herself an hour off. The baker's apprentice, hat in hands, shoulders lowered as if the day had finally loosened its grip. The barber, watch ticking like a small, determined heart in his vest pocket. They nodded to one another but did not speak. You do not greet people loudly in a library of mercy. The dog lay by the door and received each passer-by with a slow thump of tail, granting admission the way only animals can, by being certain there was nothing to fear. The old man took a stool near the box carved for hearts, still speaking. He did not guard it. He kept it company. From time to time, someone approached with a folded page or a pressed violet, or a photograph worn thin by thumb and prayer. They knelt or stood. They placed their memory inside, and they rested a hand on the lid for a breath, 2 breaths, sometimes 3, like leaving warmth for the next traveller. In the nave, 2 mothers sat side by side and said nothing, but their hands found one another's in the dark, and both exhaled the same long, careful breath. An old veteran came in with his cap, sat in the last pew near the aisle, and looked at the candle until his jaw unknotted. Near the side chapel, the baker's apprentice lit the smallest wick, then blew it out, then lit it again, learning the rhythm of faith as if it were a new trade. Rain began, quiet as paper, tapping the slate above them in no hurry at all. Somewhere a draught found a hinge and persuaded it to sing a thin, consenting note. It did not disturb the silence. It joined it. In the vestry, the kettle trembled and clicked and finally whispered it was ready. Clara poured tea that smelled of mint and window boxes and set out bowls of soup whose steam looked like simple comfort made visible. Lydia carried cups to the pews, placing them in palms without asking what they held apart from hunger. The old man stayed by the letterbox until a shape paused beside him. It was the barber, holding his watch open in his hand as if to apologize for time. "I don't know what to write," he murmured, voice barely above the wick's murmur. "You've already brought it," the old man answered, nodding at the watch. "Sometimes we only need to let the seconds be prayed." The barber smiled, not with his mouth but with his shoulders, which lowered another inch toward rest. He slipped the watch back into his pocket and after a moment dropped a single hair ribbon, pale blue, into the chest. No one asked whose it had been. It made the quiet truer. At some hour deeper than clocks, a folded scrap of music appeared on the altar, annotated with a trembling pencil. Beside it, a pair of knitting needles made a neat cross and lay still, as if the hands that wielded them had finally found another pattern to follow. The dog rose, circled the nave once with careful steps, and returned to its post, the minister of doors completing the round. Lydia drifted toward the side window where the crack veined the glass like lightning that had decided to dwell. A thin band of street lamp light entered through it and lay across the floor like a path, steady and absolute. She stood with her mother's shawl wrapped close and whispered a name only the window needed to know. Blue gathered around her feet. The old man, watching from a distance, recognized the shape of surrender when it wears gratitude's coat. Later, when the rain deepened, a man the old man had never seen before came in with river mud dried on his boots and the air of someone who had been walking longer than his story wished to be told. He sat in the very front pew, as the lonely are bold to do, and stared at the candle. His lips moved. No sound came. After a while he stood, took from his coat pocket a tiny wooden boat, crudely carved, a child's attempt or a father's, set it gently on the rail, and slipped out as soundlessly as he had entered. The boat rocked once and was still. The flame did not flinch. Near midnight, the bells stirred as if remembering, then settled again, as if deciding the silence had its own song worth letting finish. The church breathed with the rain. A few slept, heads bowed on pew backs, hands folded on coats. No one woke them. This too was prayer. The old man closed his eyes and, without trying, saw his wife's hands tying an apron, smoothing a stubborn collar, lighting a match. He could almost smell the bread that wasn't baking, hear the laugh she had left in all his rooms. The ache rose and did not devour him. It became another parishioner among many, welcome, seated, fed. When the night leaned toward morning, the rain softened to a memory, and the lamps beyond the window paled. People rose as they were ready. Some left by the big door, some by the small, most with a hand to the letter chest as though to say thank you to the listening. The old man trimmed the candle's wick, its flame straightened like a back relieved of its burdens. Lydia gathered the cups. Clara folded the cloth over the last piece of bread and tucked it into a paper bag, which she left by the door for whoever would find it first and need it most. They stepped into the square. The stones were rinsed, the roofs shining like patient animals after rain. The air had that after-storm cleanness, as if someone had opened a high window in heaven and let a new draft wander down. "Did we do anything?" Lydia asked, not doubting, only curious. "We did not make the river flow," the old man said. "We gave it banks to bless." Clara looped her arm through his. "We will do it again." "As often as night comes," he answered. The dog shook once, the way joy throws off sleep, then trotted ahead toward home. In the old man's window, the beeswax flame was still visible, a small star that refused to compete with morning. It simply kept its place. He paused at his threshold and looked back at the church. Open still, a house that understood doors exist to be trusted. Somewhere inside, a hinge sang a final silver note. He smiled. "Thank you," he said into the brightening air, "for a night where nothing broke and many things mended." The flame in the window lifted, as if it too were nodding. If this quiet vigil spoke peace into your evening, subscribe, so we can keep opening the doors of stillness together, one gentle night at a time. The gift of the forgotten garden. Sometimes heaven hides its blessings beneath weeds, waiting for patient hands to notice. Morning came slow and tender, as if the night had left a note asking the sun to be gentle with the world. The square glowed with the kind of brightness that feels earned, soft, not loud. Dew sparkled on every blade of grass, and the church door, left ajar from the night before, swung slightly in the breeze, humming a tired hymn. The old man woke early, though he had barely slept. The vigil had left his heart full and his bones content in that sweet ache of good exhaustion. He washed his face in cool water, straightened his coat, and stood before the candle in the window. It had burned through the night without faltering, the wick curled inward like a sleeping finger. "Well done," he whispered to it, you kept your watch." The dog stretched, yawned, and wagged its tail as if to say, "And so did I." He stepped outside, greeted by the scent of wet earth and fresh bread. Across the square, Clara was already sweeping the church steps. "Morning, keeper," she called, her voice still hushed out of respect for the dawn. "Morning, shepherd," he replied, and she laughed at the title. They had planned to rest that day, to let the town settle after the long night. But heaven, as it often does, had another quiet idea. Lydia appeared soon after, shawl draped loosely over her arm, a small spade in her hand. "There's something you should see," she said. "Behind the church, near the old gate no one uses anymore." They followed her past the side chapel, along a narrow path where the wall wore moss like a second skin. At the end stood the forgotten gate, half buried in vines, its hinges rusted, its handle stubborn. The old man pulled gently and it groaned awake. Beyond it lay a garden, or what used to be one. Tall weeds had claimed the ground, but under their green rebellion were hints of order, stone borders, broken pots, and what might once have been paths. The air smelled of wild mint and damp soil. Birds darted between the branches of an old fig tree, and at its roots a single violet bloomed in defiance of neglect. "It's been hidden for decades," Lydia said. "My mother mentioned it once. Said the rector's wife used to grow herbs here for the sick. She called it the Garden of Mending." The old man stepped forward, crouching beside the violet. He touched the soil with reverence. "Looks like it's ready to wake again." Clara knelt beside him. "Then let's not keep it waiting." They spent the morning clearing brambles, their laughter mingling with the hum of bees returning to a familiar place. The old man found a small stone bench beneath a tangle of ivy, its surface etched with faint words. "Let all who tend be tended." He traced the letters, smiling. "Even the bench prays for us," he said. By noon half the weeds were gone and sunlight reached the soil for the first time in years. They uncovered rows of old herbs, sage, rosemary, thyme, still clinging to life. The fragrance filled the air, sharp and holy. Clara wiped her brow. "It's like finding a forgotten psalm," she said. They paused to eat the bread she had brought, sitting on overturned pots, sharing bites with the dog. "Do you suppose the town will come help if they see us?" she asked. "They always do," the old man replied. "Faith spreads the way light does, quietly, until everything glows." Sure enough, by afternoon, footsteps echoed on the path. The barber arrived with his sleeves rolled up and a rake in hand. The baker followed with baskets of compost. The blacksmith's wife brought a wheelbarrow full of seedlings. Even the postman came, claiming he had a few minutes between deliveries, though he stayed for hours. No one organized it. No one gave orders. They simply worked side by side, their movements slow and sure, like prayer disguised as gardening. Children chased butterflies between rows, and the air filled with small songs of contentment, the rhythm of shovels, the crackle of roots being freed, the sighs of effort that sound like peace. At one point, the old man found the barber leaning on his rake, staring at a patch of earth. "Look here," he said, "under the weeds, lavender. My mother used to grow it. The smell. It's like she's here." The old man knelt beside him. "Maybe she is," he said softly. "Maybe they all are." By evening, the garden had changed. It was not perfect, still rough, still patched with shadow, but it breathed again. The violet at the fig tree's base was no longer alone. Around it, other colours had appeared, tiny bursts of yellow and white. Clara lit the small lanterns they had carried from the church and hung them along the branches, each one catching the breeze like a slow-moving star. As they stood together, Lydia whispered, "We should keep this open. Not fenced, not locked. A place to rest hands and hearts alike." The old man nodded. The world needs somewhere that remembers how to begin again. When darkness fell, they lingered. The candles from the church windows cast their soft glow over the path, leading from sacred stone to living soil. It felt as if the two were speaking, sanctuary and earth, prayer and work, finally reunited. The old man took the small watering can, filled it from the well, and poured a slow stream over the newly freed herbs. The sound was gentle, steady, familiar. "There," he said, "drink up, little saints." Clara laughed. "You name your plants now?" "I only baptize the ones that survive," he replied. Laughter rippled through the garden. For a moment it sounded like a choir that had forgotten the difference between worship and joy. Before leaving, they placed a wooden sign at the gate, carved by the blacksmith himself, "The Garden of Mending, tended by all, open to all." The old man ran his hand over the letters, feeling the warmth of the wood. "That's the gospel, right there," he said. When they returned to the square, night had gathered, but it was a kind darkness, the sort that listens. The candle still burned in his window, and for the first time, its glow reflected off something new, the faint shimmer of dew on the leaves of the reborn garden beyond the gate. He looked up at the sky where stars were beginning their quiet work. "Thank you," he murmured, "for weeds that waited and hearts that stayed long enough to find them." Inside, he wrote a line in his journal before bed. "Faith is not the act of planting. It is returning to water what the world forgot." And as he set down his pen, the garden outside rustled softly in the wind, its first night song rising to meet the listening heavens. If this garden of grace brought warmth to your heart, remember to subscribe, so together we may keep tending the places where love still grows unseen. The candle procession. When gratitude walks together, even the smallest lights can outshine the dark. It began, as most holy things do, with a whisper, just an idea spoken softly over tea. The air in the square was cool that morning, brushed with the scent of mint and rising dough. Clara, leaning on the broom she had forgotten to use, said, "You know, after the garden, after the letters, perhaps it's time to give thanks." Lydia looked up from tying her shawl. "We have been giving thanks, haven't we?" "Yes," Clara said, smiling, "but I mean together. Not in the same pew or the same silence, something that walks." The old man was sitting nearby, mending the handle of an old lantern. He looked up, eyes glimmering with mischief. "Something that walks," he repeated. "That sounds like a procession." Clara hesitated. "I don't mean the grand kind, with trumpets and banners. Just a quiet one, each of us carrying a candle through the town, maybe to the river." The old man nodded slowly. "A procession of light," he said. "No speeches, no names, just walking. Let the flame do the talking." And so it began. They planned nothing elaborate. Word spread on its own, whispered from doorstep to doorway, carried in the pockets of small kindnesses. "Bring a candle," people said. "Any kind will do." By late afternoon, the whole town seemed to hum with gentle purpose. The baker polished old jars to hold the candles. The barber distributed matches wrapped in twine. The children painted lanterns from paper and string. Even the postman, who rarely lingered, brought candles from unclaimed parcels. They were waiting for a delivery, he said with a wink. As dusk drew near, The old man stood at his window, watching the first lights gather in the square. His heart beat slow and full, like the sound of a bell that knows it is about to ring. The dog barked once, as if to announce that joy had returned home. He lit his own candle, the same beeswax one the stranger had brought weeks ago, and stepped outside. The flame barely wavered in the soft air. The townspeople were assembling, faces bright in the half-light, voices low but warm. Clara carried a lantern with pressed flowers on its glass. Lydia held 2 candles, one for herself and one for her mother's memory. The blacksmith's wife had a flame cupped in both hands, her palms glowing like folded wings. The barber raised his hat. "Keeper," he called, smiling. "Lead the way." The old man laughed softly. No leaders tonight, just travellers. Still, he found himself at the front, beside Clara and Lydia. The bells did not ring, yet the air carried their echo, a rhythm known only to the heart. They began to walk. The procession wound through the narrow streets, past the fountain, past the bakery where the smell of bread made even silence feel fed. Windows opened, faces appeared, then vanished and returned holding candles of their own. Some joined in, some simply watched, their lights shining through glass like stars behind clouds. Children ran ahead, their paper lanterns swinging, scattering little circles of colour on the cobblestones. Dogs followed. Even the cats, usually aloof, sat still as the flames passed, as though remembering something ancient. When they reached the church, they did not go in. They passed by it, down the path toward the river. The water waited, dark and patient, murmuring under the bridge they had crossed before. The old man stopped on the bank. "Here," he said softly. "Let's let them speak to each other." The light and the water. One by one, people placed their candles near the edge, setting them afloat in small jars or lanterns. Some whispered names. Some only smiled. The river accepted each offering with the same gentle nod, carrying the lights downstream in slow procession. Lydia knelt, her candle trembling in her hand. "For all who kept faith when it was hard to see," she whispered. Clara placed hers beside it. "For those who never stopped listening." The old man lowered his candle last. "For the ones who lit it first," he said. The river glowed with dozens of tiny flames drifting together, their reflections dancing beneath them like souls remembering how to rest. The whole town stood in silence, watching as the current carried their gratitude through the dark. And then, without planning, without cue, someone began to hum, a low, wordless tune. Another voice joined, then another. Soon the air was filled with quiet harmony, not performance but prayer. It rose and fell with the wind, echoing off the water and into the trees. The old man closed his eyes. He could hear his wife's voice in the melody, faint but true, woven among the others. He could hear the bells too, not ringing but breathing. When the last note faded, no one moved. The river did its slow work of carrying away what was no longer needed and leaving behind what was. A boy tugged the old man's sleeve. "Will the candles go out?" he asked. "Yes," the old man said gently, "but that's all right. They've already done what they came to do." "What's that?" "They showed us how to stay lit." The boy nodded, serious beyond his years. He looked back at the glowing trail and whispered, "Then they'll never really stop." The people began to walk home, some arm in arm, some alone but not lonely. The square filled again with soft laughter and the scrape of chairs being pulled close. The baker passed out sweet rolls, and Clara poured warm cider from a pot she'd hidden by the steps. The old man sat on the fountain's edge, the dog at his feet, watching the last light of the river fade into night. When only the stars remained, he rose and walked home. The candle in his window had burned down to its base, yet even its stub glowed faintly, as if refusing to be the one to end the evening. He trimmed the wick and set a new candle in its place. "Rest now," he whispered. "You've earned your keep." He turned to his journal and wrote, "Tonight, the town remembered that light grows best when it walks beside another." As he set down his pen, the bells gave a single, clear note. Just one, but it was enough. Outside, the square slept under a sky scattered with reflections of its own making, and somewhere along the river, a single flame, slow but steady, still drifted on, refusing to hurry, refusing to fade. If this candle procession filled you with warmth and calm, remember to subscribe, so together we may keep walking with light through every gentle night ahead. The last bell of summer. Some goodbyes don't close a door. They ring softly to remind us love is still awake. The days grew warmer and the river slowed to a silver thread, shallow enough to see the smooth backs of stones beneath its skin. The town, lulled by summer's hum, moved at half its usual pace. Even the bells seemed to rest between their duties, ringing only when the wind asked politely. The garden behind the church had turned wild again, but a gentle, beautiful wildness. Lavender and thyme spilled over their borders. Children came in the evenings to chase butterflies between rows of mint. Lydia often sat on the stone bench, her mother's shawl folded beside her, watching the light settle through the fig leaves. The old man called it the hour of small mercies, that soft edge between day and night when everything seems forgiven. He had begun walking slower. His hands shook more when he wrote, and the dog stayed closer than ever, as if aware of something he hadn't yet named. Still, his heart was peaceful. His candle burned each night, steady as breath. Clara noticed the change before anyone else. One afternoon she found him sitting by the fountain, his hat resting on his knee, eyes closed as if listening for a tune no one else could hear. "You're quiet today," she said gently. "I'm just counting," he replied. "Counting what?" "The rings of a tree I never planted," he said with a smile. "All the seasons that came anyway." She sat beside him. "You think too poetically for a man who once fixed clocks." He laughed softly. "That's why they all kept good time. I respected the music inside them." That evening, when the sky turned the colour of apricots and smoke, the bells began to ring. No one had pulled the ropes. The sound came on its own, slow, deliberate, full. It rolled through the square like a tide of memory, stirring even the dust in the alleys. The townspeople stepped out of their homes, shading their eyes. "Is it a feast day?" someone asked. "A wedding?" Another guessed. But the old man, hearing from his window, simply whispered, "No, it's a promise." He rose, took his cane, and followed the sound. The dog padded beside him, tail low but wagging, uncertain whether to guard or guide. By the time he reached the church, the square was full. The doors stood wide, and inside the air shimmered with the bell's echo. Clara and Lydia were already there, standing near the altar. The beeswax candles burned bright, their light steady despite the draughts that ran through the nave. "It's never rung at this hour," Lydia said quietly. The old man smiled faintly. "Then perhaps it's ringing for the hour itself." He climbed the steps to the front, one hand on the rail. "Listen," he said. "It's not calling us, it's blessing us. There's a difference." They fell silent. The sound swelled and softened, like breath drawn through the world. Each toll seemed to say something wordless yet clear. Remember, be kind, keep watch. When the bell finally stopped, the silence it left behind was deeper than before, thick, almost alive. The people did not move right away. The air itself seemed to hum. That night, after everyone went home, the old man lingered. He sat in the first pew, staring at the last candle as it burned low. The flame bent sideways, then righted itself, mirroring the small courage he'd lived by. Clara found him there hours later. "Come," she said softly. "It's late." "I'll follow," he said. "Just let me watch the light finish its sentence." She nodded and left him to his peace. When dawn came, the candle had gone out on its own. The church smelled faintly of smoke and honey. And there, beside the altar, lay his walking cane, propped against the bench as if waiting for him to return. Clara found him in his chair by the window, eyes closed, hands resting lightly on the prayer book. The dog sat at his feet, silent, untroubled. The candle beside him had burned all the way down, leaving only a small pool of wax shaped like a river bending toward the sea. She stood a long while before touching anything. The morning light reached across the room, settling on his face, the same soft light that once fell on his wife's letters, the same that had blessed the garden, the river, the bridge. When the bells rang that morning, the town understood before anyone spoke. It was not sorrow that filled the air, but gratitude, deep and calm. They gathered in the square, lighting candles, not in mourning but in continuation. The old man's flame had moved on, but it had left its warmth everywhere. Lydia brought his journal to the church and placed it on the altar. The last line he had written was short. "If the bell ever rings without hands, let it be for joy." The church filled with sunlight. Clara read the words aloud, and when she finished, no one clapped, no one wept. They simply stood, listening to the silence he had tended all his life. That evening, the townspeople climbed the hill where the garden grew. They carried their candles, forming a slow line of light. At the gate, Lydia hung a small wooden sign beneath the old one, in memory of the keeper of the light, who believed small flames could heal the world. They knelt, planting wild flowers around the fig tree. The dog lay nearby, tail thumping once as if approving. When the sun sank, the lanterns came alive, hundreds of them glowing softly like a second constellation born on Earth. Clara whispered, "He'd like this." Lydia smiled. "He's here." And maybe he was. For when the night deepened and the last breeze brushed through the branches, the bells at the tower stirred once more. One clear note, soft as breath, pure as gratitude. No one looked up. They didn't need to. They all felt it. Somewhere between earth and sky, a candle had been relit. If this quiet farewell brought you comfort, remember to subscribe, so his light and ours may keep burning softly in every story still to come. The Bridge of Quiet Souls. Every farewell leaves a bridge behind, invisible but strong enough for love to cross. The town did not return to silence easily after the keeper's passing. Silence, they discovered, was no longer empty. It was full of his laughter echoing in memory, full of the rhythm of his steps across the cobblestones, full of the soft scrape of his pen that had once written blessings into an ordinary night. Summer had begun to fade into that golden in-between. Not quite autumn, not yet farewell. The air grew cooler, the days shorter. The candle in the church window still burned each evening, lit by Clara or Lydia or the barber, depending on who arrived first. Nobody wanted to let it go dark. One evening, as twilight leaned over the square, Lydia found herself walking toward the bridge. the same bridge where they had once stood watching the river carry their candles away. She carried a basket of lavender from the garden, bound with twine. The scent trailed behind her like a quiet memory of grace. When she reached the bridge, she saw Clara already there, leaning on the rail. The river below moved slow and wide, its surface streaked with the first fallen leaves. "You came too," Clara said, smiling faintly. Lydia nodded. "I couldn't stay inside." The house felt too still. They stood side by side in companionable silence. The wind carried the sound of evening bells from far away, faint, like the echo of a prayer that never truly ends. Clara reached into her coat pocket and took out a small wooden cross. "I found this by his chair," she said softly. "He must have carved it. See the edges? Still rough." Lydia traced the grooves with her thumb. "He never finished it." "Maybe he meant it that way," Clara said. "Some things aren't meant to be polished. They're meant to stay open, unfinished, like hope." They smiled, each knowing that was exactly something he would have said. As the sky dimmed to indigo, townsfolk began to gather behind them. One by one, they approached the bridge, the blacksmith with his lantern, the baker with a tray of bread, children carrying wildflowers in their small hands. No one had called them. No one had planned it. They simply came, drawn by the same gentle pull that gathers tides and hearts alike. The barber cleared his throat. "We should say something," he murmured, but Clara shook her head. "He'd rather we listen." So they did. For a while, the only sound was the whisper of water against stone. Then, from somewhere among them, a child's voice rose. "Do you think he can see us?" Lydia smiled down at the boy. "If love can find its way across time, then surely it can find a bridge like this." The boy nodded solemnly and dropped a flower into the water. It floated away, spinning slowly, its petals catching the light. Others followed, lavender sprigs, bits of rosemary, folded notes of thanks. Soon the river became a slow-moving quilt of colour and remembrance. Clara turned to the crowd. "He built this bridge with more than stone," she said quietly. "He built it with kindness. Every time one of us forgave or listened or stayed, that was another beam laid down. Maybe that's why it never falls." The barber, wiping his eyes, said, "And now it belongs to all of us." The people nodded. Some crossed themselves, others simply bowed their heads. The bells in the tower began to ring again, soft and slow. They had decided to ring each evening for a week, not as mourning, but as gratitude. When the last note faded, the group lingered, unwilling to leave the quiet warmth that wrapped them. Lydia leaned on the railing, watching the reflection of the candles on the water. "You know," she said, "he once told me, the river never forgets. It carries everything, tears, blessings, even laughter. Maybe it's carrying him now." Clara looked down at the water, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then he's heading toward the sea." Lydia nodded. "Toward the endless." They stayed until the stars appeared, slow, one by one, as if curious about the scene below. When they finally turned to go, they left the bridge lined with small lanterns, their flames trembling gently in the breeze. That night, the wind shifted. It carried the scent of lavender all the way through the square, past the garden, past the church, up to the very windows of those who couldn't attend. And in that fragrance, the townspeople felt something familiar. Not presence, but peace. Before bed, Clara opened the old man's journal once more. Between the pages, she found a loose sheet she hadn't noticed before. His handwriting was faint, unsteady, but legible. "If ever the town grows quiet, go to the bridge. Listen. The water will tell you what words cannot. Love always leaves a way across." She read it aloud to Lydia, who smiled through her tears. "Then I suppose this isn't the end," Lydia said. "No," Clara replied, closing the book gently. "It's just another crossing." Outside, the river whispered beneath the stars, carrying the petals farther downstream. And though the town slept, a soft glow lingered over the bridge, as if the night itself had chosen to keep vigil. Long after midnight, a gust of wind lifted one of the lanterns, rolling it gently along the rail before setting it down again, unbroken, still burning. Perhaps it was only the wind, or perhaps it was a thank you. If this bridge of remembrance brought a calm warmth to your heart, remember to subscribe, so that together we may keep crossing gently toward the light that never leaves. The table of small inheritances. When love departs, it leaves behind tools that still know our names. The morning after the bridge vigil, a thin mist lounged over the square as if heaven had come closer to read what was written on the stones. The shop doors opened later than usual. No one was in a hurry to disturb the hush that the bells had folded into the town. In the church, a pale rainlight sifted through the cracked blue window and settled like calm upon the pews. Clara unlocked the vestry, then paused. The room smelled of beeswax and cedar and faintly of river air, as though the night had carried the water indoors and left it to rest beside the hymnals. On the small work table lay the old man's cane, his worn cap, and a stack of papers tied with baker's twine. A note, 3 words in his hand, sat on top. "Please, share gently." She touched the note to her heart and smiled. "Of course," she whispered. By afternoon, the townspeople had gathered. Not because anyone had summoned them. Grief and gratitude have their own bell. They came the way birds find a field. They simply knew where the seed had been sown. Lydia stood near the chancel with her mother's shawl folded over her arm. The barber, hat in hand, had polished the glass lanterns until they looked like still ponds waiting for night. Even the postman wore his Sunday jacket, though it was Tuesday, and he was careful with his steps, as though the floor itself were listening. At the front, Clara set a plain wooden table. On it, she placed the little things the old man had left: the tiny screwdriver, the tin of salve, a spool of thread, a pocket watch key, the river stone he'd kept by his window, a pencil stub wrapped in blue thread so it would not be lost in the drawer. Next to them she laid the journal, closed with its ribbon, and the small wooden cross with unfinished edges. No speeches were planned. The table would do the speaking. "He wanted these used," Clara said, her voice steady but tender. "Not stored, not displayed, used. He believed tools were happier when their work continued." Lydia lifted the spool of thread and smiled. "He mended lives with this as much as sleeves." She set it back, as one would set a blessing down. A child stepped forward, Marta, the blacksmith's niece, with a button cupped in her palm like a coin for passage. "My coat," she said shyly. "It's missing." Clara nodded, threaded a needle, and in 2 small, reverent stitches, the coat remembered its wholeness. The child touched the mended place with the awe children reserve for miracles that arrived without trumpets. One by one, people came. The barber took the screwdriver on loan, he insisted, to free a stubborn screw on the bench where old men argued kindly about weather. The baker asked for the pencil, for marking loaves that need to find the right tables. The postman chose the pocket watch key and slipped it into his vest as if to say he would keep the town on time for kindness. Near the back pew, a woman the old man had once helped with a splinter stood with her hands folded. She did not approach the table. Instead, she whispered, "He taught me to soak the hurt first." Her smile was the sort that makes you believe heaven takes notes. As the simple procession unfolded, a hush, thick as honey, gathered in the room. No one claimed anything as possession. The things belonged to the town the way a bell belongs to a tower, free to speak, held to purpose. When the line thinned, Clara untied the stack of papers. They were short letters addressed to no one and everyone, half prayers, half instructions. She read a few aloud. If you can't lift a burden, rearrange the room so it doesn't have to be lifted. If you can't find the right words, carry water. If you must choose the small repair. Big repairs begin there. The congregation smiled through the softness that rises behind the eyes when truth arrives dressed plainly. Lydia placed the letters in a shallow basket and set it at the back with a little card. Take one when needed. Return it when finished. Words work better when shared. The dog, who had lain quietly by the door, rose and padded forward. It put its nose against the river stone as if greeting an old friend, then looked up at Clara expectantly. She held the stone out. The dog accepted it, carried it down the aisle in measured dignity, and set it by the threshold where feet would pass. So that all our comings and goings remember the river, Lydia murmured. The congregation agreed without a sound. As afternoon leaned toward evening, Clara opened the journal to a page marked by a pressed leaf. The writing trembled, but the sentences did not. "He wrote this one a month ago," she said. She read, "When I am gone, don't guard the light. Use it. Candles were made to travel. Let one walk to the sick room. Let one visit the fisherman who doubts the dawn. Let one sit with the widow until the rain finishes its story. If your hands shake, remember, flames love trembling. It teaches them to dance. Laughter, true, quiet laughter, spilled through the room like oil over stone." The bell rope swayed a little, catching a draught that had found its way home. They closed the vestry and stepped into the garden behind the church. Late summer's colour had deepened into a kind of ripe hum. Lavender, obedient to no calendar, still gave its scent to anyone with hands to receive it. The fig tree held its fruit like small, patient lanterns. On the sign at the gate, the Garden of Mending, someone had tied a piece of blue thread. "Shall we add a table here too?" the barber asked, looking at the old workbench under the elm. "For the tools of today." "Yes," Clara said, "a table that remembers bread and hammers together." They fetched what the town could spare, a kettle with a dent shaped like a crescent moon, a basket of simple bandages, a tin of seeds, a small hammer, a stack of blank cards and a pot of ink. Lydia laid 3 matches beside a squat candle and wrote on a scrap of cloth, "Light for whoever cannot find morning." The cloth looked like it had always been meant for that sentence. The first to approach was the veteran who sat in the last pew on difficult days. He took a card, dipped the pen, and wrote in letters that leaned like weary men resting on each other. "Thank you for waiting with me." He left the card in the basket marked for heart still speaking and walked away with shoulders half an inch lighter. A gust came, nudging the leaves into applause. The sun moved. Shadows shifted like choristers, making room for the latecomers already forgiven. As people drifted home to the ordinary tasks that make holy ground of kitchens and porches, Clara and Lydia lingered. They sat on the stone bench and watched the light thin into evening. "Do you think we've done right by him?" Lydia asked. Clara considered, then shook her head gently. "We haven't done anything for him," she said. "We've done things with him. That's the difference. Love is joint work. It keeps its hands busy on both sides of the veil." Lydia smiled, the kind of smile that settles ache without erasing it. "Then tomorrow," she said, "let's borrow the salve for Mrs. Rebecca's hands." "And the thread for the altar cloth," Clara added. "It's ready to be beautiful again." They rose. At the threshold, the dog tapped the river stone with its paw just once, an amen in the language of guardians. Clara turned the key in the church door but left the bolt unlatched. "Some doors," she said, "should never learn the word finally." Night came, as it now often did, without creak or complaint, a soft shawl laid across the town. In windows, small amber squares appeared and steadied. On the bridge, 2 unattended lanterns still glowed, stubborn as faith, refusing to calculate the cost of staying. Down by the river, a jar boat from the procession had lodged near a reed bed and, seeing no reason to stop being useful, made a little harbour of light for frogs, moths, and the odd wandering soul. Before sleep, Clara wrote one sentence in the journal and slid it beneath the ribbon. "We will share gently. The gentle always multiplies." Then she blew out her candle. In the quiet that followed, you could almost hear threads pulling through cloth, a hinge learning a new note, a pencil finding the bravery of its first mark. The town exhaled. The table of small inheritances waited in the dark like a promise already kept. And somewhere between the garden and the river, the night carried forward a simple assurance. What is given in love never goes missing. It becomes many hands. The evening of returning light. Every soul in its own time comes home to the glow that never went out. Autumn crept in without asking permission. The hills beyond the town shifted from green to amber, and the air grew crisp enough that even the bells seemed to sound clearer, as though the chill had sharpened their edges. Leaves gathered in corners like old letters, whispering whenever the wind passed by. The candles in the windows, once symbols of vigil, now looked like ordinary kindnesses, steady, familiar, faithful as breath. It had been 3 months since the keeper's candle had gone out, yet no one felt his absence as an ending. He had become the texture of their days, woven quietly into gestures and habits. Clara still checked the wick before dusk, the barber still polished the bell rope, and Lydia still carried lavender in her pocket wherever she went. That evening, as the sky lowered into a violet hush, Clara walked through the square toward the garden. The fountain murmured softly, its water catching the faint light from the church window. The square smelled of wood smoke and bread, the scent of things made slowly, carefully. She carried with her the old man's journal. The pages had begun to fray at the corners, softened by use, as if each reader had left behind a fingerprint of care. Tonight, she planned to read it aloud in the garden. The idea had come to her the night before, while she was mending a child's torn mitten by candlelight. He wrote so we wouldn't forget, she had thought. But perhaps it's time we remember together. By the time she arrived, a few townsfolk were already there. Lydia, the barber, the blacksmith's wife, and even the postman, whose schedule was never too strict for Grace. They had brought blankets, lanterns, and a loaf of honey bread to share. The dog lay near the fig tree, its grey muzzle resting on, its paws content just to listen. Clara placed the journal on the wooden table, the same one they'd called the table of small inheritances. She opened it to the first page. The handwriting leaned like an old man bowing in prayer. She began to read. "There will come a time," she read, "when the town will outgrow my stories. When that happens, keep one thing, the rhythm. Every kindness has its own heartbeat. Learn to walk in time with it." A slow silence followed, the kind that doesn't ask to be filled. Then the barber said softly, "He never missed a beat, did he?" Lydia shook her head. Not once. Even when he was weary, his gentleness stayed in tune. Clara turned the page. "If you must doubt something," she continued, "doubt the noise, not the quiet. Doubt haste, not waiting. God often whispers in the stillness we hurry past." A breeze rustled through the garden, scattering a few lavender petals across the table. The dog lifted its head as if listening for an old friend's footsteps. Clara smiled faintly. "He's still teaching us," she said. They read on, passing the journal from hand to hand, each voice adding its own timbre to the words. Some pages were instructions, some were prayers disguised as lists, and some were just fragments of wonder. There's no such thing as an unnoticed kindness. If you light a candle for someone, stand near enough to feel the warmth yourself. The heart grows wise by watching the ordinary behave like a miracle. As night deepened, the lanterns cast halos across the leaves, and the garden began to resemble the memory of heaven, soft, inclusive, unhurried. When the reading ended, no one clapped. They sat for a long while, watching the candles flicker in the cool air. It was Lydia who finally spoke. He always said light doesn't just stay, it returns. Maybe that's what tonight is about. The barber nodded. Then we should return it properly. From a small crate beneath the table, he lifted a bundle of thin candles, each one handmade by the children of the town. Their wax was uneven, their wicks a little crooked, but when Clara lit the first one, its flame stood straight, unwavering. Each person took a candle, lighting it from the next, until the garden was alive with tiny fires. The flames reflected in their eyes, dozens of small sunrises reborn from one another. "Let's walk," said Clara. "Not far, just through the square." They moved together, slow and deliberate, the glow of their candles trailing like a golden ribbon behind them. The air was cool, the cobblestones damp with the evening's dew. Every few steps, someone would pause to place a candle on a windowsill, a doorstep, or beside the fountain. Soon the town was blooming with light. At the bridge, they stopped. The river murmured below, carrying reflections that wobbled and shimmered like living souls. Clara leaned over the rail and placed her candle on the water. One by one, others followed. The barber watched the flames drift away. "Do you think he sees this?" he asked quietly. Lydia smiled. "No," she said. "I think he feels it. Somewhere his hands are still warming by the same light." The wind picked up, carrying the scent of lavender and wood smoke downstream. The flames didn't waver, they simply moved, graceful as prayer. After a while, Clara turned back to the group. "We've kept his candle burning," she said. "But maybe tonight, it keeps us." They began their walk home, leaving the bridge behind them. The lanterns along the path swayed gently in the breeze, their glow fading but never failing. When Clara looked back, she saw the reflection of the candles weaving down the river like a thread of golden handwriting across the dark. Later that night, she wrote in the journal's final blank page, "The town no longer waits for miracles. It practices them. Each small act is a return of light." She closed the book and placed it on the table by her bed. The candle beside it flickered once and steadied. The dog sighed in its sleep. Outside, the bells gave a single quiet ring, their tone round and low, like the sound of heaven breathing out. And far beyond the town, where rivers lose their names and stars forget their numbers, a single flame drifted onward, untouched by wind, unbound by distance, still carrying the warmth of every hand that ever held it. If this night of returning light touched something quiet within you, remember to subscribe, so that each evening we may keep walking together toward the glow that never ends. The Amen of the earth. In the hush between one breath and the next, heaven answers with a whisper, Amen. Winter arrived not with thunder, but with grace. The first snow fell like a secret shared only between sky and ground. The town woke beneath a white silence so soft it seemed stitched from prayer. Every roof, every bench, every branch of the fig tree was dressed in light's gentlest memory. The church bell, dusted with frost, held its tongue until the hour was ready to be born. Clara stood at her window, watching the dawn unfold. The world looked clean again, not new, but forgiven. She smiled. "It's time," she murmured. The candle beside her was still burning from the night before. The flame small but sure, the way faith often is. She wrapped her shawl tight and stepped outside. Her boots sank into the snow with the satisfying hush of surrender. The square was nearly empty except for the baker sweeping his doorstep and the dog trotting faithfully at her heels. Even the air seemed to breathe slower, as if unwilling to disturb what holiness had settled overnight. At the fountain, she paused. The water had frozen in motion. A single perfect gesture caught mid-prayer. She touched the rim of ice and whispered, "We made it through another year." The dog pressed its head against her leg as though agreeing. By midday, the Eta townsfolk began to gather. No one had sent word. It simply felt right to come. They brought loaves still steaming from the oven, branches of evergreen, baskets of apples polished to a shine. Lydia arrived last, her cheeks pink from the cold, her arms full of candles. "For the year's last light," she said. They met in the garden, their garden, now blanketed in snow. The herbs slept beneath it. The fig tree bowed low in humble rest. The sign at the gate still read, "The Garden of Mending," but someone had tied a ribbon across the words, Amen. Clara laughed softly when she saw it. "That wasn't me," she said. "Nor me," said Lydia. "Then maybe the winds learned to write," the barber joked, brushing snow from his hat. They placed their candles in a circle around the fig tree, each one catching the reflected glow of another. Soon the garden shimmered like a quiet constellation fallen to earth. Clara knelt and struck the first match. The flame took hold easily, as if it had been waiting. For a moment no one spoke. The light trembled on their faces, old, young, weary, steadfast. Each bore the same expression, not sadness, not even joy, but a kind of completeness that belongs only to gratitude. Then, as she often did, Clara began to read from the journal. It was the last entry, one the old man had written years before but never read aloud. "If this light outlives me, don't guard it in my name, share it in yours. Let it spill into kitchens and doorways, into arguments and apologies, into hands that no longer expect to be held. Let it find the lonely, the late-comer, the one who waits for a knock that never comes. And when you have nothing left to give the quiet. It was my favorite gift." Her voice wavered, but she kept reading. "There will come a night when the last candle will burn low. Don't fear it. By then the light will have learned your faces. It will know where to return." When she finished, she closed the journal gently, like blessing a sleeping child. The air hung still, heavy with holiness and the faint, sweet smoke of beeswax. Lydia stepped forward, holding one of the smaller candles. "For the keeper," she said, placing it at the centre. "For the town," added the barber. "For all who ever needed a little more time to find their way," said the baker. The dog barked once, a single solemn sound that echoed like a "so be it." The bells began to ring, not hurried, not ceremonial, just slow, patient notes falling through the snow like reminders that time too can pray. Children caught flakes on their tongues, giggling softly, older faces tilted upward, eyes wet but smiling. When the last bell faded, the people stood in silence. It was not grief that bound them, but belonging, a sense that heaven had leaned down and the earth had leaned up, and for one luminous breath, they met in the middle. As twilight arrived, the candles glowed brighter against the dusk. The snow around the tree turned to gold. Clara felt something loosen inside her. Not sorrow, not release, just peace. The kind that has waited its turn and finally found a place to rest. She looked around at the circle of light. The friends gathered close, the smoke rising like incense toward a forgiving sky. "This," she whispered, "is how eternity begins. Not in thunder, but in togetherness." Lydia reached for her hand, and in remembering, Clara nodded. And in continuing. The candles flickered as a gust of wind passed through, but not one went out. The flames only leaned toward one another as if to bow before the mystery. When it grew late, they began to leave. Each person took one candle home, carrying it through the snow like a private sunrise. The paths they made glowed faintly long after their footsteps had vanished, until it seemed the whole town had been stitched in light. Clara lingered alone in the garden, her breath rising in slow clouds. She touched the sign one last time, brushing snow from its letters. "Amen," she said aloud, not as an ending, but as a promise. Then she turned toward home, her candle steady in her hand, the dog padding close beside her. Behind her, the garden shimmered beneath the stars. Not asleep, not finished, but waiting, like every good prayer does, for the next kind voice to whisper it again. When she reached her door, she placed the candle in the window, the same window where his once burned. Its light joined the others across the town until, from a distance, the valley looked like a sky that had bent down to rest upon the earth. And there, between heaven and home, the night exhaled the final word of its long, gentle hymn, a word older than sorrow, stronger than silence, and soft as peace itself. Amen. If this story brought warmth to your heart tonight, remember to subscribe, so together we may keep a small candle of faith glowing in the quiet corners of the world. Good night, and may peace be upon you. Amen.